All right. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back. Good morning. Or good evening? Good evening. Good evening, I think, is the word I'm looking for. Hi, Spry. Hi, Vortex. Hi, Vox. Hi, Fraction. Welcome in. Welcome in. Hi, Valonia. Feeling better? Yeah, honestly, I listened to Birdie for a couple minutes, like right when I said hi. I put my phone down and I just kind of like listened to her stream for a little bit. So my headache has definitely gone away. I don't know why, but it kind of feels like every like Monday or Tuesday I get a headache. I think I really need to stop like working right up to till stream. I think I need to just stop doing that because every time I do that, I always get a headache. Hi, Shushu. Welcome in. It's night for me. Well, good afternoon. Good evening. It's night for me too. It's actually 10 p.m. for me. So, but let's go ahead and let's switch on over. Let's switch on over. Hopefully everybody had a good, what day is it today? A good Tuesday. Hopefully everybody had a good Tuesday. Got a headache. I think it was because like I stayed up pretty late because I had a meeting, and then after the meeting I stayed up a little bit later to do some work, and then this morning I woke up and I had another meeting, and then right after that I did some more work, and then I streamed. So I think tonight, instead of doing anything after stream, I'm probably just gonna go like lay down and not do anything. Reading with the migraine again? I'm sorry. Well, I think it's just like I said, I think it's just because I've been like non-stop working on stuff. Because like I said, I have a big project at the end of this month and I really want to like make sure it's going to do well. So I'm like organizing everything ahead of time, you know? Lots of work, lots of meetings, busy. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Koa! Welcome in, Koa. Hi. Welcome on in, Raiders. Welcome to Favorite Cafe. Oh my gosh, this music feels so loud to me. Welcome on in, Raiders. Welcome to Favorite Cafe. I'm Mukia. I'm a siren with a necrotic affliction and I run a cafe. If you guys would like a drink, I could do tea, boba, coffee, hot cocoa, however the cake is extra. Koa, how was stream? What were you playing? You were doing some just chatting? You were doing just chatting the whole time. What were you guys talking about? Take time for yourself. I'm gonna be doing that tonight. For sure. Hi, Albert. Welcome in. How are you? I'm doing good. How was the just chatting? And hi, Sage. How are you? Thank you for the flowers. Thank you for the head change. Vortex, you want a forehead kiss? Okay. Thank you for the forehead kiss. Let me catch back up. Hold on. Well, boohoo, Vortex. I've been busy. Huh? Oh, no. Nice streak. Hopefully do better now for now. Yeah, my headache is completely gone. It wasn't a migraine. It was just like my eyes were getting kind of sore and I needed to just not look at a screen or a monitor for a couple of minutes. So I laid down. I hung out with Burby. I laid down for a little bit and now I'm here. Just hanging out with you guys. Lots of work and lots of meetings. Exactly. Laying down sounds like a plan. Yeah, right after stream, I've been actually watching anime after stream, or after like all my work is done. I'm just like, that's my treat to myself, is I watch anime. But Koa, if you need to raid and run, I understand, but if you want to lurk and hang out, you're more than welcome to. Just make sure to do after stream care, okay? Hi, Space Pack. Wait, dude, Space Pirate Fenrir. Okay, I'm gonna out her right now. But hi, Fenrir, how are you? So, okay. Fenrir, my friend Inky, I was hanging out with her earlier today, and she was like, oh shoot, you have to check out this new person that I found. They're so cool. They have a really cool like whole set for their streams and stuff. And I was like, okay, let me take a look. So we were in call, she showed me her screen, and I was just like, yeah, they seem pretty cool. Yeah. Let me go ahead and give them a follow too. But hi, Fenrir, hope you're doing well. Raiders, hope you all have a good night. Exactly. No, thank you for the forehead kiss. Koa is gonna be the death of me. I feel like I lost years. Oh no. Okay, Sage, what happened? You have to explain it to me. We're doing some work-related stuff, sharing my life experiences with chat. Hopefully it was good stuff. Was it good stuff? Hopefully, Koa. Hopefully. Well, okay. Considering how Sage is just like, Koa's gonna be the death of me, it probably was just like, Koa, are you making poor choices in life? You're making poor choices, Koa. Oh no. Hi, Albert. Welcome in. Aberdeen. Hi, cutie. How are you? How's your night? Be so honest, stuff happened and I got to sleep. You got no sleep, Major Sleepy, but I'm here. Spry. Okay, well, we're doing reading tonight. So hopefully you're going to be nice and cozy and you can lay down and get some rest. That'll be nice, right? That'll be nice. It's called wasting away while coloring random shit. You look pretty good with the glasses. With my monocle. Yeah, I do. I like the monocle. We actually got that last year for my birthday. We were able to get the monocle, new hair, and the outfit, the sweater outfit. Hello. Hi, Clarinets. How are you? Hi, Bree. What anime are you watching? The anime I'm watching right now, Bree, is called the beginning at the end? Something, hold on, let me go back to Crunchy. Let me go back to Crunchy and take a look. Crunchy. There we go. I can spell. It's called The Beginning After the End. I'm watching The Beginning After the End. My brothers watched it and they said it was really good. So I'm just like, okay, I guess I'll check it out. Hi, Sturry. Lovely. How are you? Having a peaceful night so far? Excited for my cozy reading? Yeah, me too. I'm so excited. We're getting so close to the end of the story. So I'm actually like really, really, really excited to do some, what's it called? Let me just, there we go. To do some more reading tonight with you guys. I'm really, really enjoying the book. Still trying to process the Birdie Lord drop that she had a full family dinner with Toby Fox, though indirect connections long before Undertale came out. Wait, really? She said that? You know what? I don't blame. I don't doubt it. Birdie's kind of cool. Ahoy. Ahoy, Fenrir. How are you? You love me? You know it. You were peeping? I was peeping. I was peeping in, like through the window of your spaceship. I was peeping in with my nose pressed against the glass. I was like, wow, this is so cool. This is awesome. This is so cool. But yeah, no, exactly. Hopefully you're having a good night, Fenrir. Questionable. Anto. Hi, Anto. How are you, cutie? How's your night? Hey, Mickey, gave you a hug because you're special to me. I'm special to you. Oh, thank you, Apex. You're definitely special to me. I love being able to cut when, like, I see you in chat hanging out with us. I love it. I love. There were choices, some not mine. Oh, you know, that's honestly completely fair. Completely fair. I don't want to admit that you're right. You know, but it's really, really easy to love Koa. They're so sweet and funny. And Koa, I know I don't say it enough, but I love going into my Discord and seeing your morning messages. I know I don't say it enough, but I really, really, really appreciate seeing them. I wake up and I see my morning message and I'm just like, Koa's right. I love it. It's so good. It's so good. I love it. Hi, Ato. How are you, kitty patootie? Belly. Hi, Belly. Welcome in. How are you? Coffee. I too hope can doze off to a good bedtime story. It would be a miracle. I hope you do, Spry. I hope you do. Make sure before we start, right, when we get into the story time, get yourself a glass of water, lay down in bed, make sure your teeth are brushed, your face is washed, that you did your nighttime exercises. I usually do like a little bit of stretching before I lay down and go to bed. So if you do any of those things, make sure you do all of that before you lay down, and then get nice and cozy, you know? I haven't had coffee in so long I'm gonna go insane. Well, I mean, why not? Why not? What happened to you? That's a good one. Give me that coffee. You're watching it too. You're watching that one too. But how do you like it so far? I just finished the first season last night. I started watching it on, I think it was Saturday night I started watching it. So last night I finished the first season, and tonight I'll start the second season. So I finished the first and I'm gonna be starting the second tonight. So I'm kind of excited. It's crunchy, not it's crunchy. Crunchy. My night is alright. Fought my friend and taken 8. My fatty is doing better now that you're here. Oh, I'm so glad you're able to hang out with us tonight, Abaddon. I enjoy your company. I just married you. I want to sleep. I want No, Vortex. You need sleep. Sleep is good. Sleep is good for you. Abaddon, you got vaccine? Oh, vaccine is amazing. I love her. I have yet to pull Box Mac. How did you get Box Vortex? That's crazy. Clarinet says, I'm doing alright. I just got off work and I'm having a shift meal. Shift meal. Sorry, not shit. Shift meal. What's a shift meal? Oh, wait, because you got off work, so you're having the meal that you would have had otherwise at work. Is that what you mean? Is that what that is? Hi, Soup. Hi, Soup. Hello, mother truckers. How are you? Take my matcha. No, you drink that. You should try Acceleration of a Bookworm. Okay, I've watched the Bookworm one, and I actually found the main character kind of annoying. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I watched the first season of the Bookworm one, and I found her so annoying. And I'm just like, no, I can't. If I can't even like the main character, why would I want to watch the rest of it, right? Like it's what like there was another character that I saw, the older guy with the white hair that like I honestly it's going to sound very strange. I think he's going to be the romantic interest at the end of the series, right? Cuz she's going to grow up and because mages I think this is the one I'm thinking of, right? So she's going to grow up and mages in this world don't age the same way as if they didn't age, as if like they were human normally without any magic, right? So because technically she reincarnated, right? I think he's going to be the romance thing, like he's going to be the romantic interest, and I'm just like, okay, but when they met she was a child, like that's I don't know about that one. Still soupy unicorn crap. Story reading is the highlight of my week. I love that it's right at the end of my days off. Oh, is it? So it's like the perfect time for you to unwind before you have to go back to work, Michael. Oh my gosh, I love that so much for you. Ooh, Sage got a latte. Yum. Have a good lurk, Zach. Thank you so much for coming in and hanging out. Hi, Fang. How are you? Hi, Fend. Welcome in. Sage, you married Breezeaholic. Breezeaholic. Hi, Goose. How are you? Welcome in. Fend. How are you? Pup. Wait. Hold on. I have to show Fend. Guys, we have to show Fend. Hey, Fend. Oh, walkies? Fend? Walkies? Fend? Is it time for walkies? Give him my coffee. Unrelated, kind of funny. Most people I know seem to recoil with disgust that I enjoyed a cocktail of sugarless soda with oat milk. Sugarless soda with oat milk? I mean, it sounds interesting. Probably not for me, but it sounds interesting. Let's go 3 stream streak. 3 stream streak. Let's go. Wait a damn minute. I'm not in your Discord. You have to be 18 plus to join my Discord. So if you have to be 18 plus to even be in this channel right now. So if you are not over the age of 18 or older, sorry, if you're not 18 or older, I do ask that you come back when you are 18. Also, I haven't had coffee because I'm at my dad's. Oh, I see. I just got that 3-star. You lost it. Oh, Isaac, I'm so sorry. I want Tilakoa in a Gorham closet and not in a sexy way. What's a Gorham closet? Definitely stretched before bed. I wish I did because now my leg hurts. Yes, it's good to stretch yourself a little bit before you lay down, for sure. I did my nighttime routine, don't worry. Trying to be cozy, but my car keeps attacking my feet because they're under the covers. Thinking about kicking him out. Your cat. Okay, I was like, your car is attacking your feet. Your cat. Okay, I get it. I was like, wait, what? God with me if he does. I'm so stuck with him. Oh, I'm so sorry. Sage. Ristretto butt is your side piece? No, my ristretto butt. Damn it. Sleep is scary. No, it's not. I haven't been having so many nightmares. That's good. Golden, let's see who you married. You married Belly. You got Belly. And Goose, you got Sage. I need to see who I'm gonna marry. But I'm your side piece? I'm breaking up with you. I'm nobody's side piece. I'm sorry. I'm breaking up with you. Parentu, I'm sorry. This is what happens. Isaac, you married Noisy Camelot. I Parentu. No. Nope. I'm not your side piece. Nope. I'm breaking up with you. I'm sorry. No, so Vox and Vortex, on one hand, I have to say, because of you two, I did increase the cooldown for the Mary and the side piece thing, as well as the hug. Everybody has to wait 30 minutes until they can do the next one. So thank you for letting me know that it was on too low of a cooldown. You want a good sweetling? Yeah, I could do that for you. When we get into the ASMR segment, I can, of course. Bro's a loner. Fair. But Parentu, if you want to propose to me, I will gladly accept. Shift meal, but it's a meal I get for free for working at a bar by myself. Oh, by yourself? Oh my gosh. The whole day by yourself? Was it a really busy day? Hi, Hunger. Do I have a link to the Discord? I do. Hunger, give me a second. I'll grab it and I'll put it into the chat for you, okay? I have it on Twitch, but I don't have it on my YouTube. Here we go. Invite to server. All right, thank you. Of course. Here you go. That's the link right there. There you go, Hunger. Thank you so much for letting me know I needed to do that. Let's see. We made her put a cooldown. You guys did. What I miss? Hi, Thick. Welcome in. I'm gonna need to lurk around. Got Warframe dailies I need to do. No worries, Carnage. No worries. If you aren't here when I do the good girl for you, then I will go ahead and just refund your points, okay? Anybody gonna give me Wiki's Discord? Yeah, I don't want to spoil, but I read that light novel, A Sentence of a Bookworm. Oh, you did? Okay. Well, don't spoil it, because in case other people in chat have not seen it or read it. Hi, God Hunter. Welcome in. How are you? But just in case, but Bree, if I'm correct, just like nod to yourself if I'm correct. Like, obviously don't say anything, but nod to yourself. Then have you watched Condemned to be a Hero? Condemned to be a Hero? I have not. Recently, I have been watching, let me tell you guys what I've been watching recently on Crunchyroll. Let me see. On Crunchyroll, recently, I have been watching... Let's see. So I'm a Spider, so what? Faraway Paladin, because season 2 came out not too long ago. I re-watched By the Grace of Gods. Saint's magic power is omnipotent. I watched May I Ask for One Final Thing. Weakest Tamer began a journey to pick up trash. The Great Cleric. The Osun newbie adventurer trained to death by the most... Such a freaking long title, but I think it's like by the most powerful or whatever. Seventh Time Loop. Past the Monster Meet My Lady. Secrets of a Silent Witch. Michelle, because I haven't Mashal, sorry, not Michelle, Mashal, because there was a second season I haven't seen. Why Liliana Ended Up at the Duke's Mansion. What else have I been watching? These are all, I'm going to tell you guys, these are all things that I've watched this year, just this year, okay? So within the past 6 months. I think that's really it. I think that's really all I've been watching lately. I haven't really been watching too much. I need to rewatch Dress Up Darling because I think there's more seasons. And I need to go back to Cabaneri, I think that's what's called. Doing great. How was your day? Day was good. Day was good. I let's see, what did I do? I had a call with Inky. We did some work on some art stuff, and then I did some editing on YouTube. And now I'm here. Now I'm here and streaming. It's still a bottom. Then you have to watch Condemned a Hero. Sadly, I'm not scheduled at all today. Well, I mean, having days off could be nice, right? Fendi married Cole. Yep, there's the Discord link right there. Chick, I'm gonna explode. Sadly, I'm not scheduled at all this week. Walkies! Yes, walkies. Walkies time. You're mad I'm still on top. Wait, walkies? You missed the walkies. I try to win again. Hi, Severus. Welcome in. How are you? It's been a minute. Grammar is useful. Use it. It's true. With that shit I say, you think I ain't 18 plus? I mean... It depends, right? It depends. Some people, it's difficult to tell somebody's age, especially online. I'm just reminding people that you have to be 18 plus to be here, as well as in my Discord. Let's go walkies. I ever heard worse from my younger. My leg hurts because I almost fell in bed. Time for another losing streak in Master Duel. Oh no, thick. Whatever, grandma, doesn't matter to me. I mean, I like. Oh, thank you for the outfit change. Banished from reality. Bed is in quotes because it's not a bed, it's a couch. I mean, as long as you're laying down. Bree, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I'm good and having nightmares. She's leaving me. I'm leaving you? I mean, I'm sorry. Hi, Wanderer. Welcome in. Dumping too much. I've had a really bad day. Just be lurking again for a stream and hope sleep comes. Yeah, I hope so too, Wanderer. Especially if you've had a bad day. We were trying so hard to get married. You can't pick. You don't get to pick who you marry. Yeah, pretty busy, but I got tipped in fine china, specifically a teacup and saucer. Okay, clarinets, if you can take a picture of the teacup and saucer, I would love to see it. I think it's funny sometimes how people get like tips in like product. 1 year I used to work at as a bicycle shop, like beach cruiser bicycles, and one of the years that I was working there, my boss gave me my year-end bonus was a bicycle. He gave me a beach cruiser and I was just like, I don't know how to ride a bike, but thanks. Fan, you hugged yourself? No idea. Red sages or ice drop. You don't know red sage? Imagine someone joining Writer's Move was talking about Good Girl or else refund part. That'd be crazy. Usual good pet, pretty place? Maybe. I'll think about it, Golden. You're no longer neutral. Sentenced to be a Hero is great. It's called Sentenced to be a Hero? Okay, let me look it up on Crunchyroll. Let me see. Sentenced to be a Hero. Sentenced to be a hero. Okay. In a world where heroism in a world where heroism is a punishment, Xylophorbatz, a condemned goddess killer, battles endless hordes of monstrous abominations as part of Penal Hero Unit 9004. Death is no escape, only a cycle of resurrection and relentless combat. But when Xylo encounters a mysterious new goddess, their unlikely allowance sparks a rebellion that could shatter the chains. I think I remember seeing something about this. So Sentenced to be a Hero, is this the one where like one of the characters in like I don't know if he's like a main character, if he's like an NPC, like background character, but he's been doing it for so long that he doesn't even like remember who he was at any point. He just knows that he has to like kill characters. Zalira! Hi Zalira, welcome in. Oh god, the leash is already out. Hi Swinky! I mean, I had to because Fen was here. Hi Bronze. I'm sorry, Bronze. Oh, I see. I'm so sorry. Hi Bronze Dagger, welcome in. I'm so sorry. How are you? Thanks so much for the follow. How's your night? By the grace of God was a good one. Right, it's so good. It's so good. I got to go, love you well. Have a good night, Vortex. All sounds really good so far. I see your choice is interesting. Good night, good night. Good night, sweet dreams. Good night. Hi Curvy, may I have that purple drink? Also, what's your favorite berry? My favorite berry? Hi Curvy. Let's see, my favorite berry, I would have to say, is a raspberry. I really, really like raspberry. What about you guys? Over on YouTube as well, what is your guys' favorite berry? The purple drink? So the purple drink was actually already requested by Velvera. Because Tara got first place, and their drink is the one that's to the far right. And then Michael got second place, and he's just like, you know what? Tara's drink looks so good. I'm going to get that drink too. But Valvera said, you know what? I want Sage's drink. So they ordered a red sage. Cabaneri, the Iron Fortress. Yes, that one. So get interested in I Make Friends with Second Prettiest Girl. I've heard about that one. Is that one really good? I can give an anime recommendation if you'd like. Sure. Hi, Snowy. Welcome in. How are you? Lovely. Are they really good? Hi, Ivan. How are you? Gotta leave. Earbuds died. No, Spry. Okay, we'll get some good rest, okay? Can I get into your Discord? You can. Just do the Discord command. Sadly, I don't have bedroom anymore. What? What happened? How are you? I'm doing good, Snowy. How are you? Gonna be lurking because it's super late. I'm gonna fall asleep. Have a rest fun stream. Thank you so much, Bree. Have a good night. Rest well. This is why I always have a second pair of earbuds with me. It's so fair. Were you and Vortex fighting, or is that how you usually talk to each other? From what I've noticed, that's just how they talk to. You got a 4-star? Aiden, you got a 4-star. You got the special Christmas edition 4-star. Heck yeah. Gotta replace the brake fluid in my mountain bike. In your mountain bike? I'll take pictures once I'm home. Heading home now. Okay, Clarinets, get home safely. Hi, Zalira. How are you, lovely? How's your night? Have you been? Let me give you a quick shout out. Let me see. What were you playing last time, Zalira? What were you playing? You were doing some Valorant? You're doing Valo? Did you get any good wins? Hopefully you got... Hi, Cronuts. Welcome in. I just noticed the Pride Cat set's so cute. Yeah, yeah. I myself, it's... I'm so bad at remembering. Like, because it's one of those things where, like, I know it can be very important to some people to represent themselves, right? But I prefer just to refer to myself as LGBT friendly. I am supportive of my friends. I'm a what do people call him? Like, you're a not a comrade. Is a comrade the right word? Is that the right word? Ally. Thank you. I'm an ally. But I think the one that if I had to like identify myself specifically as like one thing, because I think of it more of the lines of like a spectrum, right? In so many ways, I feel like I'm more demi, but that feels like that doesn't quite feel 100% right. You know what I mean? So I just say I'm an ally because it's a little easier for me, other than just going through the whole speech of I could be, but I'm not sure. You know what I mean? This is my friend Valentina. Said I work morning shifts this week. I'm only able to lurk. No, Charco. Have a good night, Charco. Thank you so much for coming in, hanging out. Let me give you a quick shout out. Guys, make sure you go give a follow over to Charco. They're very sweet. And they do ASMR as well. I love Blueberry. You like Blueberry? Hi, Charco. I'm doing good, by the way. Hi, Nix. How are you? Fine, and you? I'm doing good. Got a 4-star. Let's go. Blueberries. Bloobs for short. Best berry emo, especially in Blueberry Buckle. What's a Blueberry Buckle? I went to Job Corps for a few years, so my brother took over my room. Sister took over my brother's room, and now I'm left without a bedroom of my own. Well, where was your brother sleeping? If he took over your room, where was his room? I'm never gonna battle. You can't, Aiden. You have the Christmas card. You can never battle, ever. Unless you get a 5-star, then you could battle, and you'll probably win every single time. Just letting you know, I'm sometimes in it. I'm really busy with my work as well, so sorry to tell you. Aiden, you married Zach? Oh, Zach is so sweet. They're so cute. This is my friend Valentina. I'll leave you the background. Hope you enjoy it. Have a good one, Ivan. Thanks so much for coming in and hanging out. Thank you so much. No, thank you, Charco. Thank you so much for coming in and hanging out as often as you do. I really enjoy your company. Blueberry yogurt is delicious. Have you ever had, okay, God Hunter, have you ever had like a mixed berry parfait? Last night I was comparing chat to different snacks, some of my favorite snackies, and I think it was Yura. I'm pretty sure it was Yura that I said was a blueberry, or not blueberry, was a mixed berry yogurt parfait, Greek yogurt parfait. My sister's current room? Oh. Well, then where was your sister? Labels are not the end-all be-all. They can just be a good way to communicate. Being in between or multiple places at once in the LGBT spectrum of flags is totally okay. Exactly. That's why I feel like I'm Demi, but sometimes I'm like, but maybe I'm not? You know what I mean? But it's hard for me to really like categorize myself like that. And so reinstalling after finals are over. I haven't played since December. You're reinstalling what? What are you reinstalling? Oh my gosh. My neck really hurts. Sorry. My parents' room? Oh, okay, okay. Then where did your parents? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Sounds so yummy. It's super good, Albert. Blueberry buckles, a delicious dessert. Texture of a crumbly coffee cake, but it's like a blueberry muffin in terms of taste profile. Oh, okay. Thank you for the headpad, Kaiser. Hi, Kaiser. Welcome in. How are you, handsome? How's your night? The Ice Blade Sorcerer shall rule the world is a good one. Ice Blade Sorcerer. Okay, is that one on Crunchyroll? Because I only have access to Crunchyroll right now. Ice Blade Sorcerer will rule the world. Okay. Wait, is this like a harem one? Honestly, I am so sick. I am so sick of harem anime. Like, I'm so tired of them. Like, the one I'm watching right now, granted, I'm having fun with it, but at the same time, I'm just like, he's gonna meet this master or this person or whatever that they're talking about. It's gonna be a woman, isn't it? Yep, there's a female. Look, there's another female. Oh, look, he's surrounded by female. Oh, look, his teacher's a female. You know what I mean? I am so tired of harem anime. I'm just like, can we just have one where the story is good and there's like lots of characters without every single other character being like the opposite gender, to be like, okay, well, you would love this person, but what about this person? Like this one's blonde. You know what I mean? Reinstalling. Exactly. I feel you. No, that one. It's true. It's true. It's good. Like, the story is good, but I'm so tired of it. Just eating some carne asada fries while listening to Blackbird. Blackbird? You mean blackbird singing in the dead of night? Take these broken wings and learn to fly all my life. I'm well. Hope the same for you. I'm doing good. I'm doing really good. For a bit. Okay, Albert, have a good lurk. Kind of, but it's more like, more that they like him, but not in that way. Okay. Enjoy your lurk. Enjoy your lurk. Which harem anime are you watching at the moment? Asking for a friend. So the one that I'm watching right now, the one that I'm currently watching right now is called The Beginning After the End. It's not super harem-esque, but it kind of does like imply it a little bit based on the amount of female characters that are around the male main character, you know? By the Beatles, yes. Voice is amazing, thank you. Also, to understand why every other harem anime feels like it has to have the character who looks and acts suspiciously like a child, but is actually totally an adult for some bullshit reason. Kind of realized the last anime I watched was Terminator Zero. Wait, Terminator had an anime? Since when? I don't know if this one's going to be Crunchyroll, but Charlotte is an amazing one. Charlotte? Wait, okay. There was a manhwa I used to read called Charlotte's. It was called like Charlotte and her something disciples. Charlotte is on Crunchyroll, yeah. And Giving the Disgraced Noble Lady. Do you guys know that one? Anybody else read manhwa? It screams harem, not imply. That reminds me of Bunny Girl Senpai, all the girls, even though he's loyal to Mai. It's right, exactly. Exactly. Even though he is, so the one I'm thinking of is Charlotte Disciples. Something Charlotte Disciples. Charlotte and Her 5 Disciples is one of my favorite manhwa. Oh, literally same 1-star card against same 1-star card. It was literally a 50-50. Oh my god. Good win. Good win. There's an anime of it? I thought so, Shushu, but no, it's not. It's completely different. It's completely different. Not of that one. Not of Charlotte and her 5 disciples. It's different. Really powerful anime. Terminator had an anime, ran for 8 episodes, 1 hour each. Netflix anime series, however, season 2 was cancelled. Way too many Netflix shows get cancelled after season 1. That's why, like, honestly, I had Netflix for a very long time and I got rid of it. I want to say sometime last year, only because I didn't like that they would do that. So many series would be out on Netflix and I'm like, oh, this is a really good one. And then it would only get one season and I'm like, what? Where, like, why? It was so good. It did, like, it should have done really, really well. I want more good stories, right? God Hunter, I don't mind that every other character is female, but they don't have to fall in love with the main character, right? They don't have to fall in love with the main character, right? And like, as long as they're not just like, well, I guess you could like be my friend, like every single one doesn't have to be a tsundere, right? It's just like, can we have somebody who's just honest and be like, yeah, they're cute, I'd go for them, you know what I mean? Like, I'd rather have that. I'd rather have that at the end of the day. Jin Saga. I'll see you, Jin Saga. Honestly, don't know how to describe Charlotte to give justice how to bring. I added it to my list, Goose, so I will check it out. Good morning, Liquid, how are you? In terms of anime, One Piece occupies most of my fandom, but I've been watching a few others while I wait for more batches. I could not get into One Piece. It is way too long. It is way too long. There's like over 1,000 episodes right now. No way. No way am I going to be able to do that. Netflix, try not to cancel actual good series challenge. Honestly, they would fail. Hi, Vera. Welcome in. Kind of concerned that shows that did well on Netflix, even their own in-house production, were exiting their streamable catalog for some reason. Right? That's why I'm just like, I don't know how much longer Netflix is going to be around, honestly. And it's sad because there's so many really good ones on Netflix. Ooh. The Halloween 4-star one. Don't do it, guys. Don't do it. Unless you have a 5-star. Don't go up against Parantu. I promise you. I promise you. The Halloween one goes hard. It's so good. Have a great night. Good night. Rest well, Vox. Have a good night. Good night, good night. Confession. I couldn't get into Jiba. Dio pissed me off. Jiba? Dio pissed me off so bad I couldn't watch past episode 5. Wait. Are you talking about... Oh. I didn't even see the copy done. Thank you for the copy done. Are you talking about JoJo? Talking about JoJo? Watched You and I Are Polar Opposites. It's on my list. It's on my list. I'm trying to go through the list that I have currently, but it is on my list. It is on my list. I watched One Piece from start to current 3 times now. I understand that I'm not normal in this way. No, you're good, Michael. You're good. Dio. Worry? Just kidding. Worry? Twin Star Exorcist is a great one. Twin Star... Okay, I like ones that have to do with, like, exorcists. Let me look this one up. I literally have my Crunchyroll open right now, so I can... Let's see. Twin Star Exorcist. Oh, okay, yes. This one was on my, like, my recommended list. So, yeah, that one's on my list. That one is definitely one I want to check out. Watch it. I think you'll like it. You think so? I rewatched My Happy Marriage. Oh, let me scroll back up. I missed that. I like romance anime. Me too. I do like a good romance. I don't even know this reference. I mean, that's what's supposed to happen. Everyone is supposed to hate Dio. I mean, honestly, fair. Twin Star is really good. I'll say no more. Hi, Rio. Welcome in, cutie. How's your night? I would highly recommend one. Check Tokyo Raven then. Tokyo Raven? Okay, let me take a look at Tokyo Raven. Let's see. Tokyo Raven. Okay, Tokyo Raven. Let's see. Okay, the art is really cute. Harutora was born into a family of onmyoji, known for their mastery of the occult. Unfortunately, he didn't inherit their magical abilities, so he was doomed to live a normal life. At least, that is until a girl from his past changes his future. Ooh, okay. Okay, that sounds good. That sounds really good. Okay, there was one, and you guys are probably like, again, you do not have to agree with me, okay? Everybody, please do not just agree with me on this. I watched this one, and it sounded really, really interesting, and I was like, oh, okay, okay. It's called The Reincarnation of the Strongest Exorcist in Another World. I could not stand it. I did not like it. I did not like the fact that, again, it just turned out into another harem. It literally was just a harem anime, right? And I watched the whole thing, okay? I watched the entire thing, and the thing that really bothered me about it is his whole, like, well, I don't want to be the strongest. And, like, but he still wants to, like, help people. Like, his whole thing just, it made sense, but it didn't make sense at the same time. You know what I mean? It was the premise itself I felt was very lacking, and I hated the fact that at the end, instead of doing the thing that he knows he should have done, he still took the girl out of the prison. And then they made him basically, like, they're slowly turning him into the bad guy. You know what I mean? Them Demon King animes. Got a good one for you, Log Horizon. I have seen Log Horizon. I didn't see a harem in it though. It's definitely a harem, right? Because you have the maid, the blonde chick, his servant, right? Ow! Brother, why are you pinching me? Stop. Hi, brother. So you have the blonde chick servant, right? You have the red-headed hero, and then you have the girl with the white hair that was the replacement for the hero until you technically killed her brother, or the main character killed her brother. Not you, sorry. The main character killed her brother, right? And then, like, so there's literally 3 girls around him at all times. There's literally no other male there's no other male characters around him except his 2 brothers, and you only see them for like maybe 30 minutes in the entire series. You see them for like 30 minutes. It's definitely a harem. It's a harem, right? Actually, I have a pretty good idea for an anime. This is still one of my favorite of all times. Arifueta was good except for the odd romance. The odd romance. Hi sis. It sounds like them Demon King. I don't mind a Demon King one. One of my favorite ones is the reincarnated, oh, Arifueta. Yeah. The blonde girl, right? In the thing with that one, because I tried to watch that one too. The thing with that one is the male main character, he looks so much older than her, and she still looks like a child. Granted, I understand she's supposed to be like hundreds and hundreds of years old, but she looks like she's 10, and the main character looks like he's at least 18 or 19. You know what I mean? And I'm just like, no, I'm good. I'm good. That sounds like the rankest isekai ever. Some animes don't hit as good. This is true, right? Sometimes the anime in and of itself doesn't need to be amazing. Sometimes the artwork and the story is funny enough that can kind of overlook stuff, right? Some people like harem anime, and I don't think there's anything wrong with a good harem anime, but I just feel like I've seen so many lately. I'm like, I'm done with harem animes. I just need something that's not harem. Still, my battle starts at Bad's foot. No, you're good. The concept. Wait, what? That is one long anime title. Oh no, I have more that are so much longer. So much longer. Pretty good idea for an anime. It says, run! Angel Beat. Angel Beat, I watched a couple episodes and it was okay. It was okay. It was hard to get into. The maid is understandable, but the white-haired one, just a friend, not a love interest. It's still considered, I would still consider her a love interest in the fact that she still kind of treats him differently than the other characters, and the way that she's always around him as much as the other 2. It's still considered a harem because of the 3 girls that are around him. Braided? Yeah, we have the braid today. I really like Samurai Champloo. Samurai Champloo was really good. Don't remember the 3rd one though. Hi Legit, welcome in. How are you? How's your night? Hope you're doing well. Basically, the anime starts with the demon queen killing the hero, destroying the world, but as time goes on, she grows to regret her decision, so she goes back in time, fakes her death, and starts a new life, disguised as a humble farmer. Okay, that sounds really cute. Watching Champloo. I've been watching Teach You a Lesson. Anime go burr sometimes. Also, hi, Exes now. Hi, Takora. Welcome in. We summoned you by talking about anime. They got moto after life lesson and life lesson. Huh? Oh, motto after life lesson after life lesson and life. Huh? Wait, what? 11 Eyes. I don't remember. Have a good look, Turkey. Enjoy your night. I watched it, I know, but I don't remember I-15. It's one of my least favorites. It's a lie. No one's gonna beat me. Wait, so the anime is called It's a Lie, No One's Gonna Beat Me? Hi, Spencer. Welcome in. The hero that works for the demon armies. I don't remember the exact name. So there's, okay, the one that I know I liked is pretty good. It's, hold on. So the main character, Misfit of the Demon King Academy. I really liked that one. That one and Demon King's daughter is Too Kind is so freaking cute. Okay, so if you guys don't know Misfit, right? Misfit is really good, okay? So Misfit is basically, so the Demon King of this world dies, right, of old age or something like that, right? And he comes back, right, in this world, but he comes back as like, I guess there's like a class system or a caste system in this world, and he comes back as like one of the lower castes, but because he reincarnated, right, he remembers his old life as the Demon King, but he's just like, you know what, I'm just gonna live my life as like a normal person. But what ends up happening is there's so many things going against his original like teachings, I guess, that he's just like, well, I guess I gotta like clean this up and put things back to the way they should be, because this caste system should not be a thing. It's really, really good. I like that one. Misfit of the Demon King Academy, and the Demon King's daughter is Too Kind. It's if you want fluffy feel good cuteness, that one's adorable. Demon King's daughter is so fluffy, so cute and adorable. I can't even. It's so cute. It is seriously so cute. Arumaki Kun. I watched season 1, but I couldn't get into season 2. I've seen it and he's really strong. He's very strong. Hope you're good. Spending much love. It's 2 a.m. by the time I'm typing this. That means 10 days till my birthday. I go to sleep now. Good night, Aiden. Rest well. I watched that one. Did you like that one, Evelyn? I really like that one. That one and the one I will always love is Saint's magic power is omnipotent. Sorry, I say omnipotence. I know some people say omnipotent, but it's pretty much the same exact word, right? It just depends on how you say it. But that one, they're both super, really good. I love that one too. Right? Oh, okay. How heartbroken were you? The soft calm anime. Yes, me too. That one's really good. Another one you might like if you have similar taste to me, Evelyn, is let me get the title again. It's something like Worst Tamer something. Hold on. It is called, another one of my like top favorites of all time is, where is it? I'm like scrolling so fast trying to find it. So down. I can't see if I scroll too fast. It is called start from the top. Oh, there it is. Weakest Tamer began a journey to pick up trash. Weakest Tamer, yeah. Happy Marriage is what I'm watching. So My Happy Marriage, I watched the K-drama for that. I watched the K-drama for that. It's really cute. Reincarnated as the seventh prince is amazing. I have that on my list. It looks really good. It looks really good. I love that show. Did you think stabbing my heart would kill me? Wait, is that an anime, Ravenous? Is that an anime? Hold on, let me look it up. Did you think stabbing... I don't see it. It's not coming up with anything. Maybe I just did stabbing? Let's see. No, I don't see it. Quoting the Misfit show. Oh, okay, okay. Yes, actually, I do. Okay, wait, hold on. It's been a while since I've seen it, but I do remember that one. The Misfit one is really good. I wanted that one. Worst tamer collects trash. Yeah. The worst tamer. Hold on. The weakest tamer began a journey to pick up trash. I cried. I was literally bawling. It was so cute and like so sad, but so good. Wise Man's Grandchild is decent. I think I tried to watch that one and it like episode 1 or 2 immediately went into ecchi and I was like, nah, I'm good. I know it. I watched that one if that's watching you're talking about. Yeah, it's so cute. Elite Ray, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. How are you? Where's Pokemon trading became the garbage man? Reincarnated as a seventh prince. You wouldn't? I love Sora. Right? Sora, such a cute little slime. Moonlight Fantasy. Ecchi. Yeah, I know people are mad because the kid wore really short shorts, but it has some of the best magic system ever in an isekai and insane fights and animation. Ah, okay. I will definitely check it out. At the end of the day, honestly, I don't mind ecchi, but like if the ecchi feels like it's basically coming from nowhere, where it's just like, okay, well, I'm gonna walk down this street and suddenly, oh no, I fell out of my top. You're just like, what? I don't like it when it just doesn't, like the ecchi falls from nowhere. You know what I mean? I hate those. I hate it. I'm just like, this literally did not have to happen right now. Hey, Sexy, how's day been going? Gorgeous. Doing well today. All of the accessories in your hair are cute. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hopefully you're doing well, Ellie. Or Eli, sorry. Is it Eli? Min, at least 70% of these titles I've never heard of. There's one harem I like where the guy just wants to be a family with 3 sisters. That one is nice as well. That one sounds cute. Speaking of good shit anime, Faraway... Dude, I loved Faraway Paladin. So, I had a big crush on his elvish friend when I read it, and then I saw the anime, and I was like, yeah, I still have a crush on him. Looks like ads are about to start, guys. I'm gonna do a quick BRB, and then we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna get into the story segment of tonight's ASMR. So give me a second, guys. I will be right back, and we'll start doing the ASMR stuff. We're gonna do the book and everything. So give me 1 second. We'll be right back. Alright. Welcome back, everybody. Hopefully everybody had a nice little break, stood up, got themselves a drink. I hope you guys did. For now, let us go ahead and let's switch here. Oh, double music, hold on. There we go. All right, let me get my book. Okay, I am almost ready. There it is. Okay. And it looks like we are ready. Mostly. Let me just adjust myself a bit. I feel like I'm super, like, huge. Alright, let me adjust my book. There I go. Okay. And I think we're ready. I think we are ready to do some reading. Such a good backdrop for reading. Yeah. I wanted to do something where we're like laying down on the floor, so there's this other one I thought about picking up where it's like you're laying down on the grass. I don't know. Wait. I completely forgot. You know what? Hold on. I have to go back to the BRB scene. Give me a second. Give me 1 second. I completely forgot. I have to readjust everything. I said yesterday that if we reached the goal for the night, I would let's see. I said I would get a maid outfit. I said I would get a maid outfit. So, let me see. So I have to adjust myself. Here, go there. And then I have to adjust my book. And then I have to adjust my outfit. Let me actually do this first, so I can show you guys the maid outfit that I bought. I picked it up last night because it was something that you guys earned. So, alright, let's go back. I forgot to turn those off. Hold on. That, and let me put my other hand down. There we go. There we go. I said I would have the maid outfit, so we do. Let me show you guys what I ended up picking up. I mean, I did say that we would do the maid outfit, so here you guys go. Maid outfit for tonight's reading stream, as promised. As promised. Pretty, pretty. Yeah, it was a really cute one. I like this one. It's just a very basic, like, maid outfit, so nothing crazy. It looks good. I'm glad you guys like it. It was really cute. I really liked it. Why do I have my tear on? Hold on. Why am I crying? There you go. Now we should be good. Mushoku Tensei. That kind of reversed since it's minor ancient against adults, but I hate it too because of how much. Didn't finish it. I've been blessed. Hi, Shoo Shoo. Cute. I'm glad you guys like it. Thank you for the treasure train. Wait, yeah, you guys got a treasure train yesterday, and that's why you guys got the get the maid outfit tonight, is because last night you guys got a treasure train. So we're gonna go ahead. We're still gonna read tonight. Maple! Hi, Maple. Welcome in, welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome to Favorite Cafe. I'm Mukya. I'm a siren with a necrotic affliction, and I run a cafe. If you guys would like a drink, I could do tea, boba, coffee, hot cocoa. However, the cake is extra. How is stream, Maple? Cannot do this to me. Why? Tysham. I'm melting into a puddle. Boo, hi, Maple. How are you, lovely? Hope you're doing well. Hi, hi, hi. What's that? Never feared. The sprouts have landed over here. Oh, I love that. So cute. That is so cute. I love that. But welcome in, Maple. How was your stream? Just give you into a bucket? Scoop you into a bucket? I guess I can. I suppose I can. I need to pee so bad. Go piss, queen. Go piss. Welcome in, welcome in. I sense maid have arrived. It's true. You know what? You're so surreal for that. This is actually last night we reached the daily sub goal, and because of that, I told chat if we reached the daily sub goal yesterday, then tonight's stream I would do tonight's stream as a maid. So here we are with the new maid outfit that I just picked up. See, we got a little skirt and an apron with the big bow in the back. Got our thigh squish. So we are completely prepared and ready for tonight's stream. Let me just readjust myself a bit. There we go. But welcome in. Have a nice voice, holy heck. Hi, Danny. Welcome in. Can't focus on more from. Oh, I'm so sorry, Carney. Hi, Scooby Snacks. Welcome in. Impressive power you have. And super cute. I'm glad you like it, Lonely Wolf. Thank you for the follow. How are you? Love your mod on the vibe of your stream. Thanks for relaxing fun ASMR. Thank you so much, Paul Sticks. Welcome in. Hi, Toxie. How are you? Maid giving us a bedtime story? Exactly. Yeah, tonight's gonna be bedtime story. And as usual, we are reading 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. So if you guys want to join us, I do have the book right there ready for you guys if you want to join us for it. Let me see. I might have to adjust. Yes, I will. I will have to adjust this for anyone on vertical, because on YouTube I'm perfectly good-ish, give or take. Book is fine. Adjust myself. And there we go. That should be good. I was making a joke. Hope your voice doesn't knock me out too fast trying to finish a new script. Oh my gosh, Scooby. Sweet. Can I ban letters? Ban letters? What do you mean? Considering time zones? It's a bedtime story. Yeah, we're gonna be reading 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. And because we are actually really close to the end of the book. So if you guys want to get nice and comfortable, lay down in bed, I'll be reading tonight. I'll be reading a book for you tonight. Meat outfit is nice. Hi, Silver. I'm glad you like it. For the IRL word ban. For the IRL word ban? What do you mean? Oh, right. So what, I forgot, that's new, so I had a brain fart. Can I ban letters? It has to be a physical word. It has to be like a word, not just a letter, because I would not remember that. And it would only be for, do I have a time limit? For 3 minutes, yeah. It would be 3 minutes that I would not say that word. No freaking way, I'm getting maid mood tonight. Oh, I love to stay up fizzy falling asleep. No, have a good night, James. Rest well. To be exact, I guess the time zones don't matter considering we're in the same time zone. Hi, Mansform. Welcome in. How are you feeling? Good. Much better. Much better. I got a little bit of rest before stream, and I'm feeling much better. Letter is a word in... The letter I is a word, and R words. A are words. So 3 minutes. I don't understand what you mean, Chunk. I don't understand. Can I have... Can I can N? Can I can and? Huh? Hi, Eli. Day's going well. Ban. Oh, can I ban and? Yeah. So the word ban is 100 bits, and it'd be a bannable word only for 3 minutes. So we're getting Moo Moo made before GTA 6. Hi, Gambit. Let us ban words, please. It's bits. It's a bits one, yeah. A is a word. For bits, you can chunk, of course. Valonia, thanks for gifting a sub over to Maple. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Mario Bro Shallow, welcome in. How are you? A is also a letter and a word. Autocorrect sucks. English is hard. It's true. It's true. Ban the word the. Thank you, Beat Boy. Yeah, thank you so much, Valonia. Thank you, thank you. Chunkmaster Brian Unka, Wind Card, and Lone Wolf. Thank you for the follows earlier as well. Thank you, thank you. But Maple, if you need to raid and run, I understand. If you'd like to lurk and hang out, you're more than welcome to. I'm gonna check my redeems, make sure I'm not missing anything. I feel like I need to do a couple redeems. But first, Valvera, thank you for the coffee order. Michael, thank you for the coffee order. Tara, thank you for the coffee order. Lasmith, thank you for the coffee order. Carnage, thank you for the coffee order. Vortex, thank you for the coffee order. Golden, thank you for the coffee order. Sage, thank you for the coffee order. Albert, thank you for the coffee order. God Hunter, thank you for the coffee order. Valonia, thank you for the coffee order. Fraction, thank you for the coffee order. Parentu, thank you for the coffee order. Trinity, sorry, Trini, thank you for the coffee order. Starry, thank you for the coffee order. Clarinet, thank you for the coffee order. Soup, thank you for the coffee order. Rin, thank you for the coffee order. Koa, thank you for the coffee order. Fang, thank you for the coffee order. Fen, thank you for the coffee order. Ice Dragon, thank you for the coffee order. Kaiser, thank you for the coffee order. Sirius, thank you for the coffee order. Lord Death Lost, thank you for the coffee order. Cronuts, thank you for the coffee order. Amari, thank you for the coffee order. Swanky, thank you for the coffee order. Ivan, thank you for the coffee order. Aiden, thank you for the coffee order. Lizard, thank you for the coffee order. Liquid, thank you for the coffee order. Kono, thank you for the coffee order. Maids, thank you for the coffee order. Toxic, thank you for the coffee order. Vera, thank you for the coffee order. Chunk, thank you for the coffee order. Silver, thank you for the coffee order. Films, thank you for the coffee order. Tor, thank you for the coffee order. Sis, thank you for the coffee order. And Polistics, thank you for the coffee order. Welcome in to anyone new. Thank you for the head pats earlier, for the flower. Vortex. Let me see. Do the flowers. Headpad, Captain, flowers. Kono, I'm so sorry. Thank you, Kono. Gambit, thank you for the coffee order. Shushu, thank you for the coffee order. And Kyon, thank you for the coffee order. Alright, so since we have a different outfit on, I have to turn a couple of these redeems off. I think it was just those two that will not work because we're on a completely different outfit. Alright, everybody, we have a care package and we always do the care packages together, so sit up straight, tilt your head to the left. Hi, Dingo, and tilt your head to the right. Where did my net go? Look up. And look down. Sit up and drink some Wawa. Thank you for the care package. Are you sure you don't want to take part in those Cow Wrangler auctioneer speed auctions? Yes, I definitely don't. How Momo even speaks that fast. I knew. Hi, sis. Welcome in. Very mitochondria. English is what you get when you beat up another language for their loose grammar and spare vocabulary. It's true. I can say that so fast. Push a button and you disable his hand. Chad is putting all their cafes ordered exactly they were. But it's okay, I caught up. I caught up very easily. Doing good, thanks for asking. How are you? I'm doing good, Mario. I'm doing good. We're going to be doing some reading tonight. So hopefully you're going to get nice and cozy and relaxed. And I'm going to read a book. I'm going to be doing some 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea tonight. Hi, Tetra. Listening to this is quite difficult. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Hopefully you get some work done tonight. But let me do a couple redeems really quick. I have 2 redeems I need to do, and then we'll go ahead and we will get into the story, okay? Good, Carney, my, good, Carney, good, Carney, my, good, Carney, good, Carney, my, sweet, Carney, good, Carney, my, sweet, tasty, Carney, good, Carney, my, good, Carney. I have a dark mode extension now, so I can read along in bed without flashbanging myself. Yes, completely understandable story. Hi, Misa, welcome in. Started book 3 from nope. We're still on book 2, and we are actually. Let me see. We are on chapter 15 of book 2. That's where we ended last week. I have one more. Mansforn, welcome in. How are you? Goten. And thank you for the flowers, Mesa. Alright, I have one more. My good pet. Golden. Good pet. My good pet. Golden, you are my good pet. Good pet. My good pet. Good pet. Hammy. Hi, lovely. Welcome in. Welcome on in, Raiders. Welcome to Favorite Cafe. I'm Mukya. I'm a siren with a necrotic affliction, and I run a cafe. If you guys would like a drink, I could do tea, boba, coffee, hot cocoa, however the cake is extra. How was stream, Hammy? How was it? We're just settling in to do some ASMR reading. If you'd like to join us, I have my book all ready to go. I have my maid outfit on, so we will be reading. We'll be reading tonight. If you'd like to join us for the book. All right, it was good. Right in the community server. You had a community night. Those are so much fun. But Hammy, if you need to raid and run, I understand. But if you'd like to lurk and hang out, you're more than welcome to. I'm gonna settle in now, and I'm gonna get ready to do some reading. All right. Chapter 15. Accident or Incident. The next day, March 22nd, at 6 o'clock in the morning, preparations for departure began. The last gleams of twilight were melting into the night. The cold was brisk. The constellations were glittering with startling intensity. The wonderful Southern Cross, polar star of the Antarctic regions, twinkled at its zenith. The thermometer marked -12 degrees centigrade, and a fresh breeze left a sharp nip in the air. really quick, sorry, actually, I should probably catch up everybody into the book. So, those of you who are new to coming in, or maybe you were not here last week, so the book starts off with this monster attacking ships in the middle of the ocean. So the professor gets invited to basically a hunt to try and find this monster that is sinking ships. So Professor Arnois and his companion Conseil, they go onto this ship with a harpooner named Ned Land. So while they're on this ship, there's other people on the crew, of course, but those are the three that are a priority, I guess, as far as the story goes. They are on this boat and they're trying to find the monster that's sinking ships. So what ends up happening is the professor, the ship that they're on, finally comes across the monster that is attacking the ships, but the monster attacks the boat from the side and the professor falls into the water. So he's trying to catch the ship as it's basically like sailing away. Mid-debut? No. Well, technically, kinda. More so, we reached the event or the daily sub last night, and so I have the maid outfit for tonight. But what ends up happening to the professor is while he's trying to catch up to the ship, he realizes that his companion, Conseil, jumped into the water after him to try and help him get back onto the boat. But the boat is sailing further and further and further away. So while they're trying to catch up, they see someone, it looks like someone's just standing in the middle of the water, like just standing there. And who it is Ned Land. So they go over to where Ned is, and Ned pulls them up onto like a platform of some sort. And they realize that the thing that they're standing on is actually like a big metal underwater craft. We would know it as a submarine. And so the people inside the submarine pull or bring the professor, Ned, and Conseil into the submarine, and they basically give them an ultimatum of sorts. Mario, welcome in. How are you? So they give him an ultimatum of sorts, and they say either you become basically one of the crew, or we'll just leave you here where we found you in the middle of the ocean. So of course they agree to become part of the crew. And while they're on the submersible, they find out all kinds of different things about other ships that completely disappeared, some information about who this person is that built this submarine, and they find out all kinds of different interesting stuff that happens at, basically underwater that otherwise man has not been able to see up to this point. So right now where they are is the South Pole, somewhere where no man has ever been able to get to, and now they are at the southernmost point on the globe, and that's basically where we are right now. Thank you for the hug. Not staying, just remembered she had a maid outfit. I did. Tonight is the maid outfit night, yes. Because you guys, we actually picked it up last night. Because I said if we did the daily sub goal, then I would get a maid outfit. If we reach today's sub goal, what I'll do at the end of the night is I'll show you guys, I'll do a little, what is it called? Like fashion show. I'll show you guys all the other different outfits that I have. If we reach today's sub goal, I'll show you all the outfits that I have available. So for now, I'm going to get back into the story. Good night, Shushu. Have a good rest. Okay. The thermometer marked -12 degrees centigrade, and a fresh breeze left a sharp nip in the air. Ice floes were increasing over the open water. The sea was starting to congeal everywhere. Numerous blackish patches were spreading over its surface, announcing the imminent formation of fresh ice. Obviously, this southernmost basin froze over during the 6-month winter and became utterly inaccessible. What happened to the whales during this period? No doubt they went beneath the ice bank to find a more feasible sea. As for the seals and walruses, they were accustomed to living in the harshest climates and stayed on these icy waterways. These animals know by instinct how to gouge holes in the ice fields and keep them continually open. They go to these holes to breathe. Once the birds have migrated northward to escape the cold, these marine mammals remained as sole lords of the polar continent. Meanwhile, the ballast tanks filled with water and the Nautilus sank slowly. At a depth of 1,000 feet, it stopped. Its propeller churned the waves and it headed due north at a speed of 15 miles per hour. Near the afternoon, it was already cruising under the immense frozen carapace of the ice bank. As a precaution, the panels in the lounge stayed closed, because the Nautilus's hull could run afoul of some submerged blocks of ice. So, I spent the day putting my notes into final form. My mind was completely wrapped up in my memories of the pole. We had reached that inaccessible spot without facing exhaustion or danger, as if our sea-going passenger carriage had glided there on railroad tracks. Jeb Jordan, welcome in, and Chopped, thank you so much for the follows, welcome in. Did it still have comparable surprises in store for me? I felt sure it did, so inexhaustible in this series of underwater wonders, as it was in the 5.5 months since fate had brought us on board. We had cleared 14,000 leagues, and over this track longer than the Earth's equator, so many fascinating or frightening incidences had beguiled our voyage. That hunting trip in the Crespo forests, our run aground in the Torres Strait, the coral cemetery, the pearl fisheries of Ceylon, the Arabic tunnel, the fires of Santorini, those millions in the Bay of Vigo, Atlantis, the South Pole. During the night, all these memories crossed over from one dream to the next, not giving my brain a moment's rest. The 3 o'clock in the morning, I was awakened by a violent collision. I sat up in bed, listening to the darkness, and then was suddenly hurled into the middle of my stateroom. Apparently, the Nautilus had gone aground, then heeled over sharply. And before I forget, I actually owe Valonia a kiss. Let's see, let's do the green one for Valonia. Let's see, Valonia. I could put your kiss. Do I put it on my neck? Actually, we'll put it over here. We'll put it on my shoulder. There you go, Valonia. Thank you for the kiss. Thank you so much for the sub over to Miss Maple. Thank you so much. I can't kiss. Leaning against the walls, I dragged myself down the gangways to the lounge. I can't kiss. What do you mean? Yes, you can. Thank you for the hand pat. So, you do 1 sub or 500 bits, and I will give you a kiss, and it will stay on for the whole night. Leaning against the walls, I dragged myself down the gangways to the lounge. Those ceiling lights were on. The furniture had been knocked over. Fortunately, the glass cases were solidly secured at the base and had stood fast. Since we were no longer vertical, the starboard pictures were glued to the tapestries, while those to port had their lower edges hanging a foot away from the wall. So the Nautilus was lying on its starboard side, completely stationary to boot. In its interior, I heard the sound of footsteps and muffled voices, but Captain Nemo didn't appear. Just as I was about to leave the lounge, Ned Land and Conseil entered. Twin Vike, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. What happened? I instantly said to them. I came to ask Master that, Conseil asked. Damnation, the Canadian exclaimed. I know full well what happened. The Nautilus has gone ground, and judging from the way it's listing, I don't think it'll pull through like that first time to the Torres Strait. But, I asked, are we at least back on the surface of the sea? We have no idea, Conseil replied. It's easy to find out, I answered. I consulted the pressure gauge. Much to my surprise, it indicated a depth of 360 meters. What's the meaning of this? I exclaimed. We must confer with Captain Nemo, Conseil asked. But where do we find him? Ned Land asked. Michael, thank you so much for getting a sub over to Comrade Seven. Wait, hold on. Oh, you did 10. Okay, thank you so much for getting a sub over to Goten, Countless Edlon, Win Wizard, Tango, Turbo, Comrade Sevinx, Hatakaze, Night Angel, and Master Linkario. Thank you. Okay, my new job pays me too much. No problem. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Alright, at the end of tonight's reading, Michael, remind me to show off the 10 outfits, okay? Or however many outfits I have, because I think I have more than 10, honestly. I think I have more than 10. But remind me, just in case. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much, Tara. But where do we find him? Ned Land asked. Follow me, I told my two companions. We left the lounge. Nobody in the library. Nobody by the central companionway or the crew's quarters. I assumed that Captain Nemo was stationed in the pilot house. Best to wait. The three of us returned to the lounge. I'll skip over the Canadian's complaints. He had good grounds for an outburst. I didn't answer him back, letting him blow off all the steam he wanted. We had been left to ourselves for 20 minutes, trying to detect the tiniest noises made inside the Nautilus, when Captain Nemo entered. He didn't seem to see us. His facial features, usually so emotionless, revealed a certain uneasiness. He studied the compass and pressure gauge in silence, then went and put his finger on the word map at a spot on the world map, at a spot in the sector depicting the southernmost seas. I hesitated to interrupt him, but some moments later, when he turned to me, I threw back at him a phrase he had used in the Torres Strait. An incident, Captain? No, sir, he replied. This time, an accident. Serious? Perhaps. Is there any immediate danger? No. The Nautilus has run aground. Yes. And this accident came about through nature's unpredictability, not man's incapacity. No errors were committed in our maneuvers. Nevertheless, we can't prevent a loss of balance from taking its toll. One may defy human laws, but no one can withstand the laws of nature. Say to you, thank you for the follow. Captain Nemo had picked an odd time to philosophize. All in all, his reply told me nothing. May I learn, sir, I asked him, what caused this accident? An enormous block of ice, an entire mountain, has toppled over, he answered me. When an iceberg is eroded at the base by warmer waters or by repeated collisions, its center of gravity rises. Then it somersaults, it turns completely upside down. That's what happened here. When it overturned, one of these blocks hit the Nautilus as it was cruising under the waters, sliding under a hole. This block then raised us with irresistible power, lifting us into less congested strata, where we now lie on our side. But we can't afloat the Nautilus near by emptying the ballast tanks to regain our balance. That, sir, is being done right away. You can hear the pumps working. Look at the needle on the pressure gauge. It indicates that the Nautilus is rising, but this block of ice is rising with us. And until some obstacle halts its upward movement, our position won't change. Indeed, the Nautilus kept the same heel to starboard. No doubt it would straighten up once the block came to a halt, but before that, what happens? Who knew if we might not hit the underbelly of the ice bank and be hideously squeezed between two frozen surfaces? I mused on all the consequences of this situation. Captain Nemo didn't stop studying the pressure gauge. Since the toppling of this iceberg, the Nautilus has risen about 150 feet, but it still stayed at the same angle to the perpendicular. Electric, thank you so much for the follow, welcome in. Suddenly, a slight movement could be felt over the hull. Obviously, the Nautilus was straightening a bit. Objects hanged in the lounge were visibly returning to their normal position. The walls were approaching the vertical. Nobody said a word. Hearts pounding, we could see and feel the ship righting itself. The floor was becoming horizontal beneath our feet. 10 minutes went by. "Finally, we're upright," I exclaimed. "Yes," Captain Nemo said, heading to the lounge door. "But will we float off?" I asked him. "Certainly," he replied, "since the ballast tanks aren't empty yet, and when they are, the Nautilus must rise to the surface of the sea." The captain went out, and soon I saw that at his orders, the Nautilus had halted its upward movement. In fact, it soon would have hit the underbelly of the ice bank, but it had stopped in time and was floating in mid-water. "That was a close call," Conseil said. "Yes, we could have been crushed between these masses of ice, or at least imprisoned between them, and then, with no way to renew our air supply." "Yes, that was a close call. It's over with." "If it's over with," Ned Land muttered. I was unwilling to get into the pointless argument with the Canadian and didn't reply. Moreover, the panels opened just then, and the outside light burst through the uncovered windows. We were fully afloat. Welcome back, God Hunter. We were fully afloat, as I have said. But on both sides of the Nautilus, about 10 meters away, were rose-dazzling walls of ice. There were also walls above and below. Above, because the ice bank's underbelly spread over us like an immense ceiling. Below, because the somersaulting block, shifting little by little, had found points of purchase on both side walls and had gotten jammed between them. The Nautilus was imprisoned in a genuine tunnel of ice, about 20 meters wide and filled with quiet water, so the ship could easily exit by going either ahead or astern, sinking a few hundred meters deeper and then taking an open passageway beneath the ice bank. Tarnished Ambition, welcome in, how are you? The ceiling lights were off, yet the lounge was still brightly lit. This was due to the reflecting power of the walls of ice, which threw the beams of our beacon right back at us. Words cannot describe the effect produced by our galvanic rays on these huge, whimsical, sculpted blocks, whose very angle, ridge, and facet gave off a different glow depending on the nature of the veins running inside the ice. It was a dazzling mine of gems, in particular sapphires and emeralds, whose jets of blue and greens crisscrossed. Here and there, opaline hues of infinite subtlety raced among sparks of light that were like so many fiery diamonds, their brilliance more than any eye could stand. The power of our beacon was increased 100-fold, like a lamp shining through the biconvex lens of a world-class lighthouse. Sneeze, achoo, like that? Welcome in, gaming, how are you? How beautiful, Conseil exclaimed. Yes, I said. It's a wonderful sight, isn't it, Ned? Oh, damnation, yes, Ned Land shot back. It's superb. I'm furious that I have to admit it. Nobody has ever seen the like, but this sight could cost us dearly, and in all honesty, I think we're looking at things God never intended for human eyes. Ned was right. It was too beautiful, and at once a yell from Conseil made me turn around. What is it? I asked. Master must close his eyes. Master mustn't look. With that, Conseil clapped his hands over my eyes. But what's wrong, my boy? I've been dazzled, struck blind. Involuntarily, my eyes flew to the window, but I couldn't stand the fire devouring it. I realized what had happened. The Nautilus had just started off at great speed. All the tranquil glimmers of the ice walls had then changed into blazing streaks. The sparkles from these myriads of diamonds were merging with each other, swept along by its propeller. The Nautilus was traveling through a sheath of flashing light. Then the panels on the lounge closed. We kept our hands over our eyes, which were utterly saturated with those concentrated gleams that swirl before the retina when sunlight strikes it too intensely. It took some time to calm our troubled vision. Finally, we lowered our hands. Oh, gods, I would never have believed it, Conseil said. And I still don't believe it, the Canadian shot back. When we returned to shore, jaded from all these natural wonders, Conseil added, think how we'll look down on those pitiful land masses, those puny works of man. No, the civilized world won't be good enough for us. Such words came from the lips of his emotionless Flemish boy, showing that our enthusiasm was near the boiling point. But the Canadian didn't fail to throw his dam of cold water over us. The civilized world, he said, shaking his head. Don't worry, Conseil, my friend. We're never going back to that world. By this point, it was 5 o'clock in the morning. Just then, there was a collision in the Nautilus's bow. I realized that its spur had just bumped an ice block. It must have been a faulty maneuver because this underwater tunnel was obscured by such blocks and didn't make for easy navigating. So I had assumed that Captain Nemo, in adjusting his course, would go around each obstacle or would hug the walls and follow the windings of the tunnel. In either case, our forward momentum wouldn't receive an absolute check. Nevertheless, contrary to my expectations, the Nautilus definitely began to move backwards. We're going astern? Conseil asked. Yes, I replied. Apparently, the tunnel has no way out at this end. And so, I said, our maneuvers are quite simple. We'll turn in on our tracks and go out the southern opening. That's all. As I spoke, I tried to sound more confident than I really felt. Meanwhile, the Nautilus accelerated its backward movement, and running with propellers in reverse, it swept us along at great speed. This'll mean delay, Ned said. What are a few hours more or less, so long as we get out? Yes, Ned Land replied, so long as we get out. I strolled for a little while from the lounge to the library. My companions kept their seats and didn't move. Soon I threw myself down on a couch and picked up a book, which my eyes skimmed mechanically. A quarter of an hour later, Conseil approached me, saying, Is it deeply fascinating, this volume Master is reading? Tremendously fascinating, I replied. I believe it. Master is reading his own book. My own book? Indeed. My hands were holding my own work on the great ocean depths. I hadn't even suspected. I closed the book and resumed my strolling. Ned and Conseil stood up to leave. Stay here, my friends, I said, stopping them. Let's stay together until we're out of this blind alley. As Master wishes, Conseil replied. The hours passed. I often studied the instruments hanging on the lounge wall. The pressure gauge indicated the Nautilus stayed at a constant depth of 300 meters. The compass that it kept heading south. The log that it was traveling at a speed of 20 miles per hour, an excessive speed in such a cramped area, but Captain Nemo knew that by this point there was no such thing as too fast. since minutes were now growing. Since minutes were now worth centuries. At 8:23, a second collision took place, this time astern. I grew pale. My companions came over. I clutched Conseil's hand. Our eyes questioned each other, and more directly than if our thoughts had been translated into words. Just then, the captain entered the lounge. I went to him. "Our path is barred to the south?" I asked him. "Yes, sir." When it overturned, that iceberg closed off every exit. "We're boxed in." "Yes." Oh. If the professor is still writing about this experience, that implies that he still holds hope for regaining his freedom in the modern world. Exactly. Hi, Bard. Welcome in. Tarnished Ambition, welcome in. And Kyojire, thank you so much for the follow. How are you? So they're trapped? They're trapped. So basically what ended up happening, if you think about it, right, so the Nautilus was making its way under the really, really long, like, plates of ice, right? And one of the big glaciers that they were, like, trying to go under, it flipped. So it took the Nautilus with it. It basically scooped it up and lifted it, and now they're basically in this little, like, pocket of water between this glacier and the ice cap on the top. So they're stuck. That's where they are right now. Alright, we are now on chapter 16, Shortage of Air. Oh. Shortage of air. There I go. That's scary, right? Really quick, let me add a kiss for Michael. Let's see, Michael, I'm gonna do, for you, I'm gonna do blue. Let's see, Michael. Michael, I'm gonna put yours right here. It's attached to my, if I do that, oh, there we go. There you go, Michael. Thank you so much for the 10 resubs. I mean, not resubs, 10 gifted subs. Thank you, Michael. Hi, Benji. I love this story, so interesting, right? It's really interesting. I'm enjoying it too. But welcome in. That's scary. Discovered something scary today. What did you discover, Bard? What's up? What happened? Hi, Tav. Golden. Thank you for the forehead kiss. Oh, no, do that. Daddy! Hi, Daddy. Welcome in. How are you? Thank you for the head pat, Shushu. How are you? I'm good. I'm good. I'm a little thirsty, so I'm going to drink some water and take a little bit of a breather. With the torn ACL, and you've never noticed. Actually, I did 9, but thank you. You did 9? Oh, I thought you did 10. That was my bad. Well, thank you. Thank you, Michael. The custom count so I could match the goal. Oh, I see. I see. Thank you so much, Michael. Thank you. Thank you. Kaiser, thank you for the care package. Everybody, we're going to do a quick care package. So sit up, tilt your head to the left, and tilt your head to the right. Look up and look down. Sit up and drink some wawa. I'm gonna drink more wawa. You've just been living with the pain. I am so sorry, Bard. Delicious. Yum. Yum, yum, yum. I actually ran out of coffee earlier today. So I went to go make myself an iced coffee and I realized I didn't have any more, so I went okay. So I used I made myself an iced tea instead, which is still good, obviously, right? But it's not quite the same as an iced coffee. Hi, Jump. Welcome in. Nice outfit. Thank you. You guys, you want to see the whole thing? Here. Here you go. Oh, there you go. The book is kind of in the way, but yeah, there you go. That's basically the whole outfit. I love these things. They always make me laugh because they ran out of budget to do the legs. I think it's funny that they do that. You're just like, where are my legs? Why do I not have legs? Where are my legs? That's okay, I guess. I guess I just won't have legs. Here, let me just readjust myself. There we go. That's better. If I'm like right here, that's probably the best. Perfect. All right. And tab over, and I'm in time for Mookie Thighs. Hi, Karnak. Welcome in, handsome. How are you? How's your night? I wish you were my bookmark. You want me to be a book? Honestly, that would be kind of cool. To do merchandise, but I'm a bookmark. That'd be actually some fun. What's it called? Some fun merchandise, I think. Right? Did you guys think? Let me check something really quick. Oh, there isn't. Okay. Put that there. Let's lock everything. There we go. Much better. I'm pretty sure I forgot I was lactose intolerant and had hot chocolate. Wait, what? Very nice. Have a good lurk, Darkest. It would be. I got the best idea. That's actually a really good idea. Maybe. I have an idea. What if I commissioned art specifically for people to print out? Put it on Ko-Fi for people to print out to make their own bookmarks. That's actually a really brilliant idea. Let me write that down. That's actually like super brilliant. Hold on. Hold on, I'm writing that down. I'm writing this down. Commission idea. Ko-Fi. There we go. Printable bookmark art on Ko-Fi. Perfect. Oh my gosh, I love that so much for us. That'd be so cool. Very nice. Legit. I forgot you were hi Froggin, how are you, lovely? Omega, welcome in, how are you? How's your night? Feet privileges have been revoked. I could really go for a coffee, but it's too late now. I'll end up not getting to sleep in time, but I have a solution. Are you gonna make some tea, Michael? Much better now. Good. I'll buy every variant of a Mookie bookmark. I would love that. Right? I think that'd be so cool, God Hunter. I agree. I actually do have a couple things on my Ko-Fi for anyone that doesn't already have them. I have voice packs on my Ko-Fi. If you guys do not have anything like that from me, they are completely free. So if you guys want anything, you can pick them up on my Ko-Fi. It's been a day, been through an emotional roller coaster. I'm sorry, Froggin. Get nice and cozy and comfortable. We are reading tonight. We're doing some, what's the word? 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. I'm just taking a little bit of a breather before we get to chapter 16. All right. Chapter 16. Shortage of air. Consequently, above, below, and around the Nautilus were impenetrable frozen walls. We were the Ice Bank's prisoners. The Canadian banged a table with his fearsome fist. Conseil kept still. I stared at the captain. His face had resumed its usual emotionlessness. He crossed his arms. He pondered. The Nautilus did not stir. The captain then broke into a speech. "Gentlemen," he said in a calm voice, "there are two ways of dying under the conditions in which we're placed. This inexcusable individual acted like a mathematics professor working out a problem for his pupils." Sorry, inexplicable individual, not inexcusable. "The first way," he went on, "is death by crushing. The second is death by asphyxiation. I don't mention the possibility of death by starvation because the Nautilus's provisions will certainly last longer than we will. Therefore, let's concentrate on our chances of being crushed or asphyxiated." "As for asphyxiation, Captain," I replied, "that isn't... Oh. Okay, looks like ads are running. I'm so sorry, guys. Looks like ads are running. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to stop here for a minute until the ads are done, and I will be right back. I keep forgetting about collecting my own cards. So it's like, I should probably do that. Let's go ahead and let's switch on over. Let's switch on over back. Oh. Why am I like over here? I'm like in a weird position right now. Hold on. There we go. Okay. Book? Book, come with me? Book, come with me over here. Alright. There we go. Much better. I was like, why am I like off to the side? I must have accidentally moved myself earlier. That was my bad. Every time I try to get cards, it's out of stock. I'm so sorry, Bard. I'm sorry. I haven't done mine today yet either. So make sure you collect yours, okay? I won't do it until you guys tell me that you guys all got your cards. And those of you who are new and hanging out, we actually have a TCG card game. If you want to pick up your own Mukia cards, you can actually battle each other in chat. And all the art pieces are 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1 single 5-star. You look dreamy? Good. Good, that's the plan. I like it when I look dreamy and cozy, right? Not a bad mouth, but I hope I do have to have a meeting later with the little stinky person for work in progress. Oh, I'm so sorry, Valania. Hopefully the meeting goes well. How to check cards? Exclamation point collection. If you do exclamation point collection, you can get your you can see your collection that way, and they'll show up. You might have to give it a couple seconds for it to pop up, but that's how you check. That's how you check what your cards are. Okay. Oh. Oh, who got their card? I didn't see. I didn't see who got the card. Hi, Jem. There is Bard. Bard, that's yours. That should be yours. That should be yours. Your collection. The first way, he went on, is death by crushing. The second is death by asphyxiation. Good night, Goose. Have a good rest. I don't mention the possibility of death by starvation, because the Nautilus's provisions will certainly last longer than we will. Therefore, let's concentrate on our chances of being crushed or asphyxiated. As for asphyxiation, Captain, I replied, that isn't a cause for alarm, because the air tanks are full. True, Captain Nemo went on, but they'll supply air for only 2 days. Now then, we've been buried beneath the waters for 36 hours, and the Nautilus's heavy atmosphere already needs renewing. In another 48 hours, our reserve air will be used up. Well then, Captain, let's free ourselves within 48 hours. We'll try to, at least, by cutting through one of these walls surrounding us. Which one? I asked. Borings will tell us that. I'm going to ground the Nautilus on the lower shelf, then my men will put on their diving suits and attack the thinnest of these ice walls. Can the panels on the lounge be left open? Without ill effect. We're no longer in motion. Captain Nemo went out. Hissing sounds soon told me that the water was being admitted into the ballast tanks. The Nautilus was slowly settled and rested on the icy bottom at a depth of 350 meters, the depth at which the lower shelf of ice lay submerged. My friends, I said, we're in a serious predicament, but I'm counting on your courage and energy. Sir, the Canadian replied, this is no time to bore you with my complaints. I'm ready to do anything I can for the common good. Excellent, Ned, I said, extending my hand to the Canadian. I might add, he went on, that I'm as handy with a pick as a harpoon. If I can be helpful to the captain, he can use me any way he wants. Damn, I wish somebody would tell me that. He won't turn down your assistance. Come along, Ned. I led the Canadian to the room where the Nautilus's men were putting on their diving suits. I informed the captain of Ned's proposition, which was promptly accepted. The Canadian got into his underwater costume and was ready as soon as his fellow workers. Each of them carried on his back a roqueole Roquirol device? A flashlight. It's basically a flashlight that the air tanks had supplied with a generous allowance of fresh oxygen, a considerable but necessary drain on the Nautilus's reserves. As for the Rookmoff lamps, oh. A what device then? Some kind of a Roquirol device. And the lamps. Okay, so those are the flashlights. They were necessary in the midst of these brilliant waters saturated with our electric rays. After Ned was dressed... Oh, say they were unnecessary in the midst of these brilliant waters. Okay, let me read that over. A considerable but necessary drain on the Nautilus's reserves. As the Rookmoff lamps, they were unnecessary in the midst of these brilliant waters saturated with our electric rays. After Ned was dressed, I re-entered the lounge, whose window had been uncovered. Stationed next to Conseil, I examined the strata surrounding and supporting the Nautilus. You can use me any way you want. Can I, Magpie? Can I? I'm Maggie. Use me any way you want. I'm pretty sure it's safe to collect our second card now, whenever you take a break. I can take my card now. Okay, okay. I'll get my second one. Some moments later... Hi, Biozone. Welcome in. We are reading 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. And we are on... Oh, sorry, my bad. There we go. And we are on Chapter 16. Some moments later, we saw a dozen crewmen set afoot on the shelf of ice. Among them, Ned Land, easily recognizable by his tall figure. Captain Nemo was with them. Before digging into the ice, the captain had to obtain borings to ensure working in the best direction. Thank you for the kiss, Kaiser. Long bores were driven into the side walls, but after 15 meters, the instruments were still impeded by the thickness. Of those walls, it was futile to attack the ceiling, since that surface was the ice bank itself, more than 400 meters high. Captain Nemo then bored into the lower surface. There, we were separated from the sea by a thin meter by 10 meter barrier. That's how thick the iceberg was. From this point on, it was an issue of cutting out a piece equal to the surface area of the Nautilus's waterline. This meant detaching about 6,500 cubic meters to dig a hole through which the ship could descend below this tract of ice. Work began immediately and was carried on with tireless tenacity. Instead of digging all around the Nautilus, which would have entailed even greater difficulties, Captain Nemo had an immense trench outlined on the ice, 8 meters from our port quarter. Then his men simultaneously staked off at several points around its circumference. Soon, their picks were vigorously attacking this compact matter, and huge chunks were loosening from its mass. These chunks weighed less than the water, and by an unusual effect of specific gravity, each chunk took wing, as it were, to the roof of the tunnel, which thickened above by as much as it diminished below. But this hardly mattered so long as the lower surface kept growing thinner. Imagine that, right? You're looking out your window and you see people, what you would assume to be like a street or something, right? Or like the ground. And they're referring to old-fashioned scuba gear. Oh, I see, I see. Hi, Yuki, have a good lyric, lovely. So imagine seeing this, right? A group of people on like a sidewalk or something, right? A white sidewalk. And they're all dressed up like from head to toe in like a suit. And they're, you know, pickaxing the ground. But instead of the chunks just like having to be pushed away, they float up into the air. But that's basically what's happening in this part because they're underwater technically doing this. So the ice chunks that they're picking off are just bloop, 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 floating to the top. It's kind of funny. After 2 hours of energetic work, Ned Land re-entered, exhausted. He and his companions were replaced by new workmen, including Conseil and I. The Nautilus's chief officer supervised us. The water struck me as unusually cold, but I warmed up promptly while wielding my pick. My movements were quite free, although they were executed under a pressure of 30 atmospheres. After 2 hours of work re-entering to snatch some food and rest, I found a notable difference between the clean elastic fluid supplied me by the Rookwall device and the Nautilus's atmosphere, which was already charged with carbon dioxide. The air hadn't been renewed in 48 hours, and its life-giving qualities were considerably weakened. Meanwhile, after 12 hours had gone by, we had removed from the outlined surface area a slice of ice only 1 meter thick, hence about 600 cubic meters. Assuming the same work would be accomplished every 12 hours, it would still take 5 nights and 4 days to see the undertaking through to completion. 5 nights and 4 days, I told my companions, and we have oxygen in the air tanks for only 2 days. Without taking into account, Ned Land, that once we're out of this damned prison, we'll still be cooped up beneath the ice bank, without any possible contact with the open air. An apt remark, for who could predict the minimum time we would need to free ourselves before the Nautilus could return to the surface of the waves? Couldn't we all die of asphyxiation? Were the ship and everyone on board doomed to perish in this tomb of ice? It was a dreadful state of affairs, but we faced it head-on, each one of us determined to do his duty to the end. During the night, in line with my forecast, a new 1-meter slice was removed from this immense socket, but in the morning, wearing my diving suit, I was crossing through the liquid mass at a temperature of -6 degrees to -7 degrees centigrade, when I noted that little by little the side walls were closing in on each other. The liquid strata furthest from the trench, not warmed by the movements of working men and tools, were showing a tenacity to solidify. In the face of this imminent new danger, what would happen to our chances for salvation, and how could we prevent this liquid medium from solidifying, then crackling the Nautilus's hull like glass? I didn't tell my 2 companions about this new danger. There was no point in dampening the energy they were putting into our arduous rescue work. But when I returned on board, I mentioned this serious complication to Captain Nemo. Has been Alistair, welcome in, thank you so much for the follow. I know, he told me in a calm tone that most dreadful outlook couldn't change. It's one more danger, but I don't know of any way of warding it off. Our sole chance of salvation is to work faster than the water solidifies. We've got to get there first, that's all. Wonky Slayer, thank you for the follow. You're doing amazing, thank you, God Hunter. Get there first. By then, I should have been used to this type of talk. For several hours that day, I wielded my pick doggedly. The work kept me going. Besides, working meant leaving the Nautilus. Biozone, thank you for the follow. Besides, working meant leaving the Nautilus, which meant breathing the clean oxygen drawn from the air tanks and supplied by our equipment, which meant leaving the thin, foul air behind. Thinking about that makes me breathless. Chien, thank you for the follow. Near evening, 1 more meter had been dug from the trench. When I returned on board, I was well nigh asphyxiated by the carbon dioxide saturating the air. If only we had the chemical methods that would enable us to drive out this noxious gas. There was no lack of oxygen, all this water contained a considerable amount, and after it was decomposed by our powerful batteries, this life-giving elastic fluid could have been restored to us. I had thought it all out, but no avail, because the carbon dioxide produced by our breathing permeated every part of the ship. To absorb it, we would need to fill containers with potassium hydroxide and shake them continuously. But this substance was missing on board, and nothing else could replace it. That evening, Captain Nemo was forced to open the spigots of his air tanks and shoot a few spouts of fresh oxygen through the Nautilus's interior. Without this precaution, we wouldn't have awakened the following morning. The next day, March 26th, I returned to my miner's trade, working to remove the 5th meter. The Ice Bank's sidewalls and underbelly had visibly thickened. Obviously, they would come together before the Nautilus could break free. For an instant, I was gripped by despair. My pick nearly slipped from my hands. What was the point of digging if I was to die smothered and crushed by this water turning to stone, a torture undreamed of even by the wildest savages? I felt like I was lying in the jaws of a fearsome monster, jaws irresistibly closing. Supervising my work, working himself, Captain Nemo passed near me just then. I touched him with my hand and pointed to the walls of our prison. The starboard wall had moved forward to a point less than 4 meters from the Nautilus's hull. The captain understood and gave me a signal to follow him. We returned on board. My diving suit removed, I went with him to the lounge. Professor Anouilh, he told me, this calls for heroic measures. All will be sealed up in this solidified water, as if it was cement. Yes, I said, but what can we do? Oh, he exclaimed, if only my Nautilus was strong enough to stand that much pressure without being crushed. Well, I asked, not catching the captain's meaning. Don't you understand? He went on. Sharky Shark, welcome in, how are you? Don't you understand, he went on, that the congealing of this water could come to our rescue? Don't you see that by solidifying, it could burst these tracts of ice imprisoning us, just as freezing can burst the hardest stones? Aren't you aware that this force could be the instrument of our salvation, rather than our destruction? Yes, Captain, maybe so, but whatever resistance to crushing the Nautilus may have, it still couldn't stand such dreadful pressures, and it would be squashed as flat as a piece of sheet iron. I know it, sir, so we can't rely on nature to rescue us, only our own efforts. Ruby! Hi, Ruby. We must counteract this solidification. We must hold it in check. Not only are the sidewalls closing in, but there aren't 10 feet of water ahead or astern of the Nautilus. All around us, this freeze is gaining fast. How long, I asked, will the oxygen in the air tanks enable us to breathe on board? The captain looked at me straight in the eye. After tomorrow, he said, the air tanks will be empty. I broke into a cold sweat. But why should I have been startled by this reply? On March 22nd, the Nautilus had dived under the open waters at a pole. It was now the 26th. We had lived off the ship's shore stores for 5 days, and all remaining breathable air had to be saved for the workmen. Even today, as I write these lines, my sensations are so intense, and that an involuntary terror sweeps over me, and my lungs still seem short of air. Meanwhile, motionless and silent, Captain Nemo stood lost in thought. An idea visibly crossed his mind, but he seemed to brush it aside. He told himself, no. At last, these words escaped his lips. Boiling water, he exclaimed. Boiling water, I exclaimed. Yes, sir. We're shut up in a relatively confined area. If the Nautilus's pumps continually injected streams of boiling water into the space, wouldn't that raise its temperature and delay its freezing? It's worth trying, I said resolutely. So let's try it, Professor. By then, the thermometer gave -7 degrees centigrade outside. Captain Nemo led me to the galley where a huge distilling mechanism was at work, supplying drinking water via evaporation. The mechanism was loaded with water, and the full electric heat of our batteries was thrown into coils awash the liquid. In a few minutes, the water reached 100 degrees centigrade. It was sent to the pumps while new water replaced it in the process. The heat generated by our batteries was so intense that after simply going through the mechanism, water drawn cold from the sea arrived boiling hot at the body of the pump. The streaming water was injected into the icy water outside, and after 3 hours had passed, the thermometer gave the exterior temperature as -6 degrees centigrade. That was 1 degree gained. 2 hours later, the thermometer gave only -4 degrees. After I monitored the operation's progress, double-checking it with many inspections, I told the captain, "It's working." I thought so, he answered me. We escaped being crushed. Now we can only asphyxiate to fear. During the night, the water temperature rose to -1 degrees centigrade. The injections couldn't get it to go a single degree higher, but since salt water freezes only at -2, I was finally assured there was no danger of it solidifying. By the next day, March 27th, 6 meters of ice had been torn from the socket. Only 4 meters were left to be removed. That still meant 48 hours of work. The air couldn't be renewed in the Nautilus's interior. Accordingly, that day it kept getting worse. An unbearable heaviness weighed me down. Near 3 o'clock in the afternoon, this agonizing sensation affected me to an intense degree. Yawns dislocated my jaws. My lungs were gasping in their quest for that enkindling elastic fluid required for breathing. Now growing scarcer and scarcer, my mind was in a daze. I lay outstretched, strength gone, nearly unconscious. My gallant Conseil felt the same symptoms, suffered the same sufferings, yet never left my side. He held my hand. He kept encouraging me, and I even heard him mutter, "Oh, if only I didn't have to breathe, to leave more air for master." It brought tears to my eyes to hear him say these words. Since conditions inside were universally unbearable, how eagerly, how happily we put on our diving suits to take our turns working. Picks rang out in that bed of ice, arms grew weary, hands were rubbed raw, but no one cared about exhaustion. What difference were wounds? Life-sustaining air reached our lungs. We could breathe. We could breathe. And yet nobody prolonged his underwater work beyond the time allotted him. His shift over, each man surrendered into a gasping companion in the air tank that would revive him. Captain Nemo set the example and was foremost in submitting to this strict discipline. When his time was up, he yielded his equipment to another and re-entered the foul air on board, always calm, unflinching, and uncomplaining. That day, the usual work was accomplished with even greater energy. Over the whole surface area, only 2 meters were left to be removed. Only 2 meters separated us from the open ocean, but the ship's air tanks were nearly empty. The little air that remained had to be saved for the workmen, not an atom for the Nautilus. When I returned on board, I felt half suffocated. What a night. I'm unable to depict it. Such sufferings are indescribable. The next day, I was short-winded. Headaches and staggering fits of dizziness made me reel like a drunk. My companions were experiencing the same symptoms. Some crewmen were at their last gasp. That day, the 6th of our imprisonment, Captain Nemo concluded that Pix and Maddox were too slow to deal with the ice layer still separating us from the open water, and he decided to crush this layer. The the man had kept his energy and composure. He had subdued physical pain with moral strength. He could still think, plan, and act. At his orders, the craft was eased off. In other words, it was raised from its icy bed by chance in its specific gravity. When it was afloat, the crew towed in, leading it right above the immense trench outlined to match the ship's waterline. Next, the ballast tanks filled with water. The boat sank. It was filled into its socket. Just then, the whole crew returned on board, and the double outside door was closed. By this point, the Nautilus was resting on a bed of ice only 1 meter thick and drilled by bores in 1,000 places. The stopcocks of the ballast tanks were then opened wide, and 100 cubic meters of water rushed in, increasing the Nautilus's weight by 100,000 kilograms. We waited, we listened, we forgot our sufferings, we hoped once more. We had staked our salvation on this one last gamble. Despite the buzzing in my head, I soon could hear vibrations under the Nautilus's hull. We tilted. The ice cracked with an odd ripping sound like paper tearing, and the Nautilus began settling downward. "We're going through," Conseil muttered in my ear. I couldn't answer him. I clutched his hand. I squeezed in an involuntary convulsion. All at once, carried away by its frightful excess load, the Nautilus sank into the waters like a cannonball. In other words, dropped as if in a vacuum. Our full electric power was then put on the pumps, which instantly began to expel water from the ballast tanks. After a few minutes, we had checked our fall. The pressure gauge soon indicated an ascending movement. Brought to full speed, the propeller made the sheet iron hull tremble down to its rivets, and we sped downward. Hi, Sloth. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How was stream? You're doing some woowa. How was woowa? Hopefully you had fun with it. Welcome in, raiders. Welcome to Favorite Cafe. I'm Mukia. I'm a siren with a necrotic affliction, and I run a cafe. We're going to take this time, everybody, honestly, talking about them, how they're struggling to breathe. I feel like I'm struggling to breathe. Everybody sit up. If you're at your desk, if you're in bed, just lay on your back. Rotate your shoulders backwards. Take a deep breath through your nose. And exhale through your mouth. One more time. Inhale through your nose. And exhale through your mouth. You can breathe. You can breathe as much as you want. Deep breaths one more time. Feels good. Lovely to see you too. Hi, Pastel. Welcome in. How was stream though, Sloth? Wait, Dry Doc, you are missing like 3 cards. You literally have almost all 13. And remember, the first person who has all 13 cards, I will open up 2 more cards. I will do another 4-star and another 5-star. If we can get, if somebody gets all 13 cards, the first person. Hi, Dry Doc. But welcome in. Sloth, if you need to raid and run, I understand. But if you want to lurk and hang out, you're more than welcome to. I think the UV light would be the problem, or else it would limit how long they could go under without sunlight, unless I'm incorrect. Hell of a butler, right? Hi, Dusty. IT devices in a store. Okay, enjoy your time, Dusty. Hopefully work goes well. Makes me wonder if they could have a slight near unlimited oxygen supply by having onboard plant garden rooms circulating carbon dioxide to while pumping back oxygen. I think plants and gardens, they supply a lot of oxygen, of course, but in so many ways they don't provide enough. You know what I mean? It's a slow process from what I understand. Filmsy, welcome in. How are you? How's your night? Alright, we're almost to the end of this chapter, so let me go ahead and continue. Our full electric power was then put on the pumps, which instantly began to expel water from the ballast tanks. After a few minutes, we had checked our fall. The pressure gauge soon indicated an ascending movement. Brought to full speed, the propeller made the sheet iron hull tremble down to its rivets, and we sped northward. But how long would it take to navigate under the ice bank to the open sea? Another day? I would be dead first. Half lying on the couch in the library, I was suffocating. My face was purple, my lips blue, my facilities in abeyance. I could no longer see or hear. I had lost all sense of time. My muscles had no power to contract. I'm unable to estimate the hours that passed by in this way, but I was unaware that my death throes had begun. I realized that I was about to die. Suddenly, I regained consciousness. A few whiffs of air had entered my lungs. We had risen to the surface. Had we risen to the surface of the waves? Had we cleared the ice banks? No. Ned and Conseil, my two gallant friends, were sacrificing themselves to save me. A few atoms of air were still left in the depths of one. I'm just gonna say an air tank. In one air tank. Instead of breathing it themselves, they had saved it for me. And while they were suffocating, they poured life into me by drop. I tried to push the device away. They held my hands, and for a few moments, I could breathe luxuriously. My eyes flew towards the clock. It was 11 in the morning. It had to be March 28th. The Nautilus was traveling at the frightful speed of 40 miles per hour. It was writhing in the waters. Where was Captain Nemo? Had he perished? Had his companions died with him? Just then, the pressure gauge indicated we were no more than 20 feet from the surface. Separating us from the open air was a mere tract of ice. Could we break through it? Perhaps. In any event, the Nautilus was going to try. In fact, I could feel it assuming an oblique position, lowering its stern and raising its spur. The admission of additional water was enough to shift its balance. Then, driven by its powerful propeller, it attacked this ice field from below like a fearsome battering ram. It split the barrier little by little, backing up, then pulling on full speed against the punctured tract of ice. And finally, carried away by its supreme momentum, it lunged through and onto this frozen surface, crushing the ice beneath its weight. The hatches were opened, or torn off if you prefer, and waves of clean air were admitted into every part of the Nautilus. They made it. Oh, I was actually really scared. I didn't think they would, but at the same time, I'm like, somebody's gonna pass. Brother, thank you for the head pat. Smoky cheese. Oh my gosh, I love your name. I love a good smoky cheese. Hi, smoky cheese. How are you? Welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. How's your night? We are now on chapter 17. From Cape Horn to the Amazon. Breathe. I'm tearing up at that part. Very touching, right? Where they're holding onto the professor's hands to make sure that he could breathe. I want to say you're doing great, sis. Keep at it. Thank you, brother. Hopefully you're having a good night. Is everybody having a good time? Let's see. Make sure I'm not missing anything. Facsimile, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. How are you? Sorry, facsimile. Facsimile. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I can read. I know words. Kaiser, thank you for the care package. Let's see. Kaiser, thank you for the forehead kiss. Thank you, thank you. So I looked up most efficient recycles of carbon dioxide and oxygen. Microalgae are extremely excellent. Oh yeah, that's why it's so important for our planet to have algae. I know some people are just like, oh, it's so gross though. I'm just like, yeah, but it provides like over 50% of the world's oxygen, right? I'm pretty sure that's what it was. So like without it, we literally would not be able to exist on this planet. Wouldn't be hard to get a hold of algae either, I would think. True. 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 Alright. Take a little bit of a breather, drink some mama. Everybody, I'm forcing a care package. If you can, if you're at your desk, drink some water. Seaweed is algae. Delicious, yummy, yummy. I love seaweed. Seaweed snack. Oh, so good. So good. Tuxedoed cow. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. How are you? Is that you taking a deep breath, God Hunter, with the genie? All right. Let me go ahead and let me get into chapter 17, because since we're on 17, let me take a look really quick. I want to see how 17, we might even get to 19 tonight. The chapters have been relatively short. Yes. Does brewed cacao nibs count as water? I brewed it in water. I mean, it has water in it, so I will take it. I will take it. Really quick, I am gonna do something. I'm going to make the TCG card thing just a bit bigger, because I kind of feel like you guys can't really see it very well. I feel like I maybe made it a bit too small. Oh, let me do this one more time just so that I can see it. There we go. A bit easier for you guys to see, I think. That should help. There we go. Alright. Chapter 17. From Cape Horn to the Amazon. How I got to the platform, I'm unable to say. Perhaps the Canadian transferred me there, but I could breathe. I could inhale the life-giving sea air. Next to me, my two companions were getting tipsy on the fresh oxygen particles. Poor souls who had suffered from long starvation mustn't pounce heedlessly on the first food given them. We, on the other hand, didn't have to practice such moderation. We could suck the atoms from the air by the lungful, and it was the breeze itself that poured into us this luxurious intoxication. Lord Pause, thank you so much for the follow. Bit hard to see, especially on mobile. Is it easier now that I've made it a little bit bigger, Michael? Is it easier? Oh, Conseil was putting in. What fine oxygen. Let Master have no fears about breathing. There's enough for everyone. As for Ned Land, he didn't say a word, but his wide open jaws could have scared off a shark. And that powerful inhalations, the Canadian drew like a furnace, going full blast. Our strength returned promptly. Yeet, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, how are you? Getting high on oxygen after near this experience makes asphyxiation, exactly. As for Ned Land, he didn't say a word, but his wide open jaws could have scared off a shark. and that powerful inhalations, the Canadian drew like a furnace going full blast. Our strength returned promptly, and when I looked around, I saw that we were alone on the platform. No crewmen, not even Captain Nemo. Those strange seamen on the Nautilus were content with the oxygen circulating inside. Not one of them had come up to enjoy the open air. The first words I pronounced were the words of appreciation and gratitude to my two companions. Ned and Conseil had kept me alive during the final hours of our long death throes, but no expression of thanks could repay them fully for such devotion. "Good Lord, Professor," Captain Ned Land answered me. "Don't mention it. What did we do that's so praiseworthy? Not a thing. It was a question of simple arithmetic. Your life is worth more than ours, so we had to save it." "No, Ned," I replied. "It isn't worth more. Nobody could be better than a kind and generous man like yourself." All right, the Canadian repeated in embarrassment. "And you, my gallant Conseil, you suffered a great deal." "Not too much, to be candid with Master. I was lacking a few throatfuls of air, but I would have gotten by. Besides, when I saw Master fainting, it left me without the slightest desire to breathe. It took my breath away, in a manner of..." Confounded by this lapse to banality, Conseil left his sentence hanging. "My friends," I replied, very moved, "we're bound to each other forever, and I'm deeply indebted to you." "Which I'll take advantage of," the Canadian shot back. Conseil put in. "Yes," Ned Land went on. "You can repay your debt by coming with me when I leave this infernal Nautilus." "By the way," Conseil said, "are we going in a favorable direction?" "Yes," I replied, "because we're going in the direction of the sun, and here the sun is due north." "Sure," Ned Land put on, "but it remains to be seen whether we'll make it for the Atlantic or the Pacific. In other words, whether we'll end up in a well-traveled or deserted seas." I had no reply to this, and I feared that Captain Nemo wouldn't take us homeward, but rather into that huge ocean washing the shores of both Asia and America. Enjoyed the greatest freedom. Where was I? I had no reply to this, and I feared that Captain Nemo wouldn't take us homeward, but rather into that huge ocean washing the shores of both Asia and America. In this way, he would complete his underwater tour of the world, going back to those seas where the Nautilus enjoyed the greatest freedom. But if we returned to the Pacific, far from every populated shore, what would have happened to Ned Land's plans? We would soon settle on this important point. The Nautilus traveled swiftly. Soon we had reached the Atlantic Circle, plus the promontory of Cape Horn. We were abreast of the tip of South America by March 31st, at 7 o'clock in the evening. By then, all our past sufferings were forgotten, the memory of that imprisonment under the ice from our minds. We had thoughts only of the future. Captain Nemo no longer appeared, neither in the lounge nor on the platform. The positions reported each day on the world map were put there by the chief officer, and they enabled me to determine the Nautilus's exact heading. Now then, that evening it became obvious, much to my satisfaction, that we were returning north by the Atlantic route. I shared the results of my observations with the Canadian and Conseil. "That's good news," the Canadian replied. "But where's the Nautilus going?" I'm unable to say, Ned. After the South Pole, does our captain want to tackle the North Pole, then go back to the Pacific by the notorious Northwest Passage? Do you guys know that song? Sorry, just maybe stop and think about that. The Northwest Passage. There's a sea shanty about it. It's actually a really good song. I wouldn't I wouldn't double dare him, Conseil replied. Oh well, the Canadian said. Stan Rogers. Yes! Oh, it's so good. It's such a beautiful song. I wouldn't double dare him, Conseil replied. Oh well, the Canadian said. We'll give him the slip long before then. You don't know it? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna get it up on YouTube really quick. I'm just gonna put it in the chat, so if you guys want it. There's a group. Yes, there it is. So one of my favorite groups is The Longest Johns. I love The Longest Johns. There it is. Da, 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 da. That's basically the melody. But here is the Angel. Oh, hi, baby. Thank you so much for the raid. Hi, how are you? Welcome in. How was stream? You're doing Batman Arkham Asylum. How was Arkham Asylum? Do you remember me? Of course. You're at like 10 CCV. Holy shit. You're like massive. Hi, Angel. It's been a while. Hopefully doing good. But how was I already forgot. How was Batman? I was like the crazy game. The game where people are crazy. But how was the game? Did you have a good time? Batman was actually hell. I'm playing all the games on the hardest difficulty. Why would you do the hardest difficulty? Is it because like you've played them before and you're just trying to like play them again? Is that what it is? But Angel, if you need to raid and run, I understand. But if you want to lurk and hang out, you're more than welcome to. Just make sure to do after stream care now. We are reading 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. If you'd like to join us, you're more than welcome to. Gotham Knights and Suicide Squad? I've played them so many times. I gotcha. You know, I've never beat a single of the like Telltale games except for well, Arkham Asylum isn't Telltale, sorry, but I haven't beat any of the Batman games. I would love to join. Yeah, get nice and comfortable. We were just talking about the song Northwest Passage. It goes, it was just one night. Da 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 da. Hold on. How does it go? Northwest Passage lyrics. Oh yeah. For just one time I would take the Northwest Passage to find the hand of Franklin, reaching for the Beaufort Sea, tracing one warm line through a land so wild and savage, and make a Northwest Passage to the sea. Good song. Beautiful song. If you guys want to look it up, it's a beautiful song. I did post my favorite variation because I love The Longest Johns, but that is my favorite variation of it. Somebody ready for my arrival? Hi Conquest, how are you? Welcome in. How's your night? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna settle back in to finish this chapter. Really quick. Okay, we have ads in 6 minutes. I'm gonna try to get as far as I can in 6 minutes before the ad starts. Hi Legit! Such a lovely voice, thank you. Cannot wait for Assassin's Creed Black Flag remake. The sea shanties are the absolute... I agree. I loved the sea shanties. I had some difficulties getting into it though. I had so many like glitchiness with it, so I'm hoping that the remake fixes that. Right over the mountain. Okay. You guys were not around when I did sea shanty night. It was so much fun. Maybe we'll do it again. Maybe we'll do another ASMR sea shanty night. You're right to go. Okay. Really quick. My favorite sea shanty is oh gosh. I'm trying to remember it now. I like Santiana. Santiana. Away, Santiana. Born again in the west, they say, among the plains of Mexico. Heave her up and away we'll go. Away, Santiana. That's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah. But my favorite one is, I guess I would have to say Oak and Ashen Thorn. Oak and Ashen Thorn, good friends. Da 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 dum. Da 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 dum. Da 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 dum. That was like one of my favorite ones. I really like that one. Like the shanties in Assassin's Creed, they're modified from the original historic versions to be slightly more family friendly. Oh yeah, of course. Like the older ones, if you actually look up the original lyrics, they are not the best for kids, of course. Like versions of sea shanties that feature many basses. Yes, I agree. Yes. I sing low baritone to bass, so I like them better when they're at my range. I'm back. Welcome back, Vortex. Welcome back. Okay, enough about sea shanties. I love sea shanty talk with you guys, but I want to finish this chapter, okay? Let's try and get through as much as we can before the ads hit. New ones? Ooh, exciting. Exciting. Okay. After the South Pole, does our captain want to tackle the North Pole, then go back to the Pacific by the notorious Northwest Passage? I wouldn't double-dare him, Conseil replied. Oh well, the Canadian said, we'll give him the slip long before then. In any event, Conseil added, he's a superman, that Captain Nemo, and we'll never regret having known him. Especially once we've left him, Ned Land shot back. The next day, April 1st, when the Nautilus rose to the surface of the waves a few minutes before noon, we raised land to the west. It was Tierra del Fuego, the land of fire, a name given by the early navigators after they saw numerous curls of smoke rising from the natives' huts. This land of fire forms a huge cluster of islands, over 30 leagues long and 80 leagues wide, extending between latitude 53 degrees and 56 degrees south, and between longitude 67 degrees and 77 degrees 15 west. This coastline looked flat, but high mountains rose in the distance. I even thought I glimpsed Mount Sarmiento, whose elevation is 2,070 meters above sea level. A pyramid-shaped block of shale with a very sharp summit which, depending on which it's clear or veiled in vapor, predicts fair weather or foul, as Ned Land told me. A full first-class barometer, my friend. Yes, sir. A natural barometer that didn't let me down when I navigated the narrows of the Strait of Magellan. Magellan? The Strait of Magellan, I guess. Just then, its peak appeared before us, standing out distinctly against the background of the skies. This forecast fair weather, and so it proved. Going back under the waters, the Nautilus drew near the coast, cruising along it for only a few miles. Through the lounge windows, I could see long creepers, gigantic fucus plants, bulb-bearing seaweed, of which the open sea and the pole had revealed a few specimens. With their smooth, viscous filaments, they measured as much as 300 meters long. genuine cables, more than an inch thick and very tough. They were often used as mooring lines for ships. Another weed known by the name Velp and boasting 4-foot leaves was cramped into the coral concretions and carpeted the ocean floor. It served as both nest and nourishment for myriads of crustaceans and mollusks. For crabs and cuttlefish, here seals and otters could indulge in a sumptuous meal, mixing meat from fish with vegetable from the sea, like the English with their Irish stews. Lenny, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. How are you? Sautier, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. How are you? Michael. Okay, because I could still hear the alert, it made me jump. I actually jumped. Thank you, Michael, for the gift on Throne. Thank you, thank you. Bubba the Big Man, welcome in. How are you? I'm well, thanks. Okay, ads. Oh, the ads are starting. Why am I not getting alerts that the ads are happening? Okay, ads are starting, so I'm going to take a quick BRB while the ads are starting. I'm going to go refresh my water, and I will be right back. Okay, and we are back. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. Hopefully everybody stood up if you're still awake and not asleep, obviously. Hopefully everybody stood up, got a little bit of water, and resetted themselves for the rest of this book, or for this rest of this chapter. Reborn! Welcome back, thank you. Hi, Reborn. Thank you, Starry. Torrid K, thanks so much for the follow. And well, thanks, good. Hopefully you're getting nice and comfortable, getting cozy. I'm going to be doing I'm going to be finishing up some reading right now. We are doing 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. If you'd like to join us for the book, it is pinned to the top of chat. Otherwise, just relax, get comfortable, and I will read to you. That brings it's a talent. I reborn, welcome in. Much needed sleep aid. So I read every Tuesday pause, and if anyone is new and coming in and you'd like my ASMR, all my VODs are on my YouTube, so you guys can check them out there, as well as a catalog of every Tuesday night story time. So if you want the chapters up to date, they're all on my YouTube. I have a playlist for it, as well as Alice in Wonderland. Most of Dracula, I missed the first couple chapters. I didn't have, I thought I uploaded them, but I didn't. So I'm gonna have to go back and do the first couple chapters of that. And now we're finishing up 20,000 Leagues. Thank you for the kiss, Ryuk. Welcome in. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm going to pick back up where I was in the book. Wait, what's up? What's up, Michael? Morbid Days, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you? How's your night? Hope you're doing good. Alice's Adventures in Wonderland? We did that, oh gosh. When did we do that? We started it before. Oh no, see, because it was such a short story, we did it before we read 20,000. It took me like 2 days to finish Alice in Wonderland. Since the Mommy Maple raid, but dozed off. Well, good morning, Morbid. Hopefully you had a good sleep. Did you have a good rest? I'm glad you came back to hang out with us. Good morning. I gotta download those so I can watch them at work. That's my favorite novel. It's such a cute book. It was really cute. But yeah, if you want to, Michael, they all are on YouTube, so you can get the playlist there. Yeah. Good. Morbid, if you need more rest, please feel free to relax and lay back in bed. I'm doing some reading tonight, so this is the perfect time for you to just leave yourself in my hands. The Nautilus passed over these lush, luxuriant depths with tremendous speed. Near evening, it approached the Falk Islands, whose rugged summits I recognized the next day. The sea was of moderate depth, so not without good reason I assumed that these two islands, plus the many islets surrounding them, used to be part of the Magellan coastline. The Falkland Islands were probably discovered by the famous navigator John Davis, who gave them the name Davis Southern Islands. Later, Sir Richard Hawkes named them the Maidenland, after the Blessed Virgin. Subsequently, at the beginning of the 18th century, they were named the Moulins by fishermen from the Saint Malo in Brittany. Then, finally dubbed the Falklands by the English, to whom they belong today. In these waterways, our nets brought up fine samples of algae, in particular certain fucus plants whose roots were laden with the world's best mussels. Geese and duck alighted by the dozens on the platform and soon took their place on the ship's pantry. As for fish, I specifically observed some bony fish belonging to the gobby genus, especially some gudgeons, 2 centimeters long, sprinkled with whitish and yellow spots. The Who Islands? The good old Falklands. Falk. F-A... The way that they're spelled is F-A-L-K. Falk. Falk Islands. I know. I knew you guys were going to hear me say fuck. Likewise, I marveled at the numerous medusas, including the most beautiful of their breed, the compass jellyfish unique to the Falk seas. Some of these jellyfish were shaped like very smooth, semi-spheric parasols with russet strips and fringes of 12 neat festoons. Others looked like upside-down baskets from which wide leaves and long red twigs were gracefully tailing. They swam with quiverings of their 4 leaf-like arms, letting the opulent tresses of their tentacles dangle in the drift. I wanted to preserve a few specimens of these delicate zoophytes, but they were merely clouds, shadows, illusions, melting and evaporating outside their native element. Hi, dog. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the flowers and the forehead kiss. When the last trip of the Falk Islands had disappeared below the horizon, the Nautilus submerged to a depth between 20 and 25 meters and went along the American coast. Captain Nemo didn't put in an appearance. We didn't leave the Patagonia waterways until April 3rd. Green Chud, welcome in. We didn't leave the Patagonian waterways until April 3rd, sometimes cruising under the ocean, sometimes on its surface. The Nautilus passed the wide estuary formed on the mountain of the Rio de la Plata. On April 4th, we lay abreast of Uruguay, albeit 50 miles out. Keeping to its northerly heading, it followed the long windings of South America. By then, we had fared 16,000 leagues since coming on board in the seas of Japan. Near 11 o'clock in the morning, we cut the Tropic of Capricorn on the 37th meridian, passing well out from the Cape Frio. Much to Ned Land's displeasure, Captain Nemo had no liking for the neighborhood of Brazil's populous shores, because he shot by with dizzying speed. Not even the swiftest fish or birds could keep up with us, and the natural curiosities in these seas completely eluded our observation. This speed was maintained for several days, and on the evening of April 9th, we raised South America's easternmost tip, Cape Sao Roque? Is that how you say that? Cape Sao Roque. Is that how you say that? Hold on, I'm looking this up. Cape Sao... Oh, god damn it. Cape Sao Roque. Roque? Cape Sao Roque? I'm just gonna say Cape Sao Roque. But then the Nautilus veered away again and went looking for the lowest depth of an underwater valley gorged between the Cape and this Sierra Leone on the coast of Africa. Abreast of the West Indies, this valley forks into 2 arms, and to the north it ends in an enormous depression 9,000 meters deep. Hi Ria, welcome in. How spelled? Roque? R-O-Q-U-A. That's why I'm like, maybe it's Roque? Roque? Welcome in, Doc. How are you? Welcome back. Thanks. You're so cute, God Hunter. Abreast of the West Indies, this valley forks into 2 arms, and to the north, it ends in an enormous depression 9,000 meters deep. From this locality to the Lesser Antilles, the ocean's geologic profile features a steeply cut cliff 6 kilometers high, and abreast of the Cape Verde Islands. There's another wall just as imposing. Together, these two barricades confined the whole submerged continent of Atlantis. The floor of this immense valley is made picturesque by mountains that furnish these underwater depths with scenic views. This description is based mostly on certain hand-drawn charts kept in the Nautilus's library, charts obviously rendered by Captain Nemo himself from his own personal observations. For 2 days, we visited these deep and deserted waters by means of our slanting fins. The Nautilus would do long diagonal dives that took us to every level, but on April 11th, it rose suddenly and the shore reappeared at the mouth of the Amazon River, a huge estuary whose outflow is so considerable it desalts the sea over an area of several leagues. We cut the equator 20 miles to the west, Guyana, French territory, where we could easily have taken refuge. But the wind was blowing a strong gust, and the furious billows would not allow us to face them in a mere skiff. No doubt Ned Land understood this because he said nothing to me. For my part, I made no allusion to his escape plans because I didn't want to push him into an attempt that was certain to misfire. I was readily compensated for this delay by fascinating research. During those 2 days of April 11th and 12th, the Nautilus didn't leave the surface of the sea, and its trawl brought up a simply miraculous catch of zoophytes, fish, and reptiles. Saki! Hi, Saki. Jellies are drifting in. Welcome in, Moo. Muasaki, how are you? Jellyfish! That sounds so cute. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome to Favorite Cafe. I am Mukya. I'm a siren with a necrotic affliction, and I run a cafe. If you guys would like a drink, I could do tea, boba, coffee, hot cocoa. However, the cake is extra. Hi, Killer. Hi, Snowfall. Welcome in. Thank you for the follows. How was your night, Saki? How was ASMR? What did you guys do? This looks weird. This looks weird? What do you mean? Welcome in, Snowy. Hi, Billy. Welcome in. Bueller. Hi, Euler Alert. How are you? Welcome in. Welcome in. How are you? Choo-choo. Thank you, Billy. How are you? This bit is getting silly. The fuck islands, farting mountain, at the breast of Indies? Exactly, we do. McNay? Oh, I lost connection. There we go. There it goes. We're back. Pretty good. Just happy ASMR. How are you doing? I'm good. We were talking about anime earlier, and then we started talking about sea shanties. All the while, I am doing a reading stream tonight. I'm reading 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. But do you prefer Mew, or do you like Saki? But if you need to raid and run, I understand. But if you'd like to lurk and hang out, you're more than welcome to. I'm just doing a story time right now, so if you'd like to join us. Moo, which is funny because a lot of my friends call me Moo, or just Moo for short. Oh my god, you're like my twin. Moo works. Oh wait, hold on. Are you also an oceanic streamer? Name twins and VTuber theme. Moo and oh my gosh, that's what is it called? Like when you get like two people, right? And you like your ship name, right? Our name would literally be us together, Moo. I thought it was pronounced Moo or Ma? Mawu? Is it Ma? Sounds different in my ears. We have completed the prophecy. We are the prophecy. Look at us. We are the chosen ones. Oh my gosh. If you need to raid and run though, is it okay if I call you sister? Sister, if you need to raid and run, I understand. But if you'd like to lurk and hang out, like I said, we are doing some raiding tonight. Expired Milk, thanks so much for the follow. Sister Moo and Sister Moo. Oh my god, we are literally twins. I love it. Our Filipino ancestors would be so proud. I should definitely raid and run now. It's 4:26 a.m. and I need to go to college. Oh my gosh, Snowfall. Yes, please take care of yourself and hopefully classes tomorrow go well. Thank you so much. Moo and Moo. Now it's the Moo version of the Foul Twins. Honestly, it's true. It's so true. Have a good day. Thank you so much, Snowfall. Enjoy your night. Thank you, thank you. Why you up that late, dog? Right? Oh my gosh. Enjoy your sleep, Snowfall. Get nice and cozy and get some good rest. No problem. Honestly, so fair, so fair. I love that so much. But really quick, before you head out, sister, I'm gonna give you a quick. I already gave you a follow on Twitch. But I'm gonna give you a follow also on Twitter. Ah, you're so cute. Oh my god, and we have matching ears, and we have an ahoge. Wait, hold on, sister. Wait, you have to see this. Wait. Okay, let me do this really quick, so I could show you. Hold on. So I could show you my ahoge. Mine goes in the opposite direction of yours. Mine literally goes into the opposite direction of yours. Because yours hooks to the right and mine hooks to the left. Oh my god, we literally are sisters. We are twins. For sure. For real. I don't like that you're so nice. What do you mean? Do you want me to be mean to you? Is that what you're telling me? You want me to be mean to you? But this is what I normally look like. It's just tonight we are doing we're doing maid outfits. We're doing maid outfit tonight. Let me just redress into my maid outfit. Hold on. But yeah, we're doing maid outfit tonight with tonight's stream. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. I love everything about that whole thing that just happened. But JJ, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you? That's crazy. Talking about models. What's with the missing eye? So the lore with my missing eye is because I am a siren with a necrotic affliction. When I was a child, I was basically kidnapped by an evil sorcerer, and he wanted to encapture my siren abilities for his own benefit. And the only way that he could do that is either to consume me entirely or ingrain a part of myself into him somehow. And the best way for him to do that was to take my eye. He basically, with science and magic, he brought me back to life, and he tried to use me as a tool for his evil operations. However, he didn't realize that sirens have greater will than his own, and so he sent me out on a task, and I just ran away, and I went to go see Uncle Hades, and now I own a cafe, and I run a cafe in the fields of Elysium. That's my hideaway. This is where we hang out right now. Thank you for the head pet, Shizora. Oh. Thank you for letting me bite you. You're mean. I'd cry and beg for positive affirmations. They'll install her eye. In doing so, make you a necrotic affliction. It's my favorite bit of lore. Casual of badass lore. Damn, now I actually raid and run before I get too interested in hanging out here. Yes, I will be super boring for you, Snowfall, so that you can go get some sleep. Good night, Snowfall. Shazora. Thank you for the forehead kiss. But let me grab my book. I put my book away. Let me grab my book that likes to somehow, for some reason, hang out on the side like that. And let me get back into some reading. Lock everything back in place so it doesn't move. No, my kisses. My kisses from you guys earlier. I need to redo the kisses. Hold on, my bad. Thank you for the kiss on my cheek. Okay, this one we had here-ish. And then one from Michael. Michael's was blue, I believe. Michael, I think yours was blue, right? And I'm gonna put it right there. Thank you. Thank you for the collarbone kisses. Got your Discord, never used Twitch, no fight. You know what, honestly, fair. But thank you so much, guys, for coming in. I'm gonna go ahead and get back into the story. Following sister? Okay, good, I am. I'm gonna get back into the story, so. Makni, welcome in. I'm afraid I must run now too. Have a good time and rest well. Remember to hydrate, y'all. Thank you so much. Thank you. You have a good sleep and rest well. Night night. Can't click on the link on mobile. No, I'm so sorry, Snowfall. I'm so sorry. I do use Twitter. If you want my socials on Twitter. And then maybe next time I'm live, hopefully, I don't know why you can't click on the link when you're on mobile. That's strange. I see. For the woo-woo got off, so you're stuck with me for a little bit. I'm okay with that. It's probably just because it's connected. Oh, okay, hold on. Let me do it this way. Let me try this. Hold on. Okay, try that one. Try that one, Snowfall. Because if it's because for me it doesn't show that it's connected. So let me just fix that really quick. Because I don't want anybody else to have that same issue with you or as you. Discord. Where is my... Huh. Oh. Nope, that's weird. It's not connected for me, and it's showing it has a big space there. I don't know why it's not working for you. I'm so sorry. I don't know what else to do. Something from your personal life? It's a lore. It's a lore thing. Can enter it through Discord itself by passing the link for myself. Ah, okay. That sounds good. Put Snowfall. You might just have to copy paste the link into your browser for Discord app. Yeah. This one worked. The second one worked. It's literally the same exact thing. That's so funny. Hi, Ivan. Yeah, I'm in a maid outfit tonight. It's maid night. I don't know if it's actually... I know that there's actually like a VTuber maid day thing, but I don't know when that is. But no, it's a lore thing, Pochita, the missing eye. Partially inspired? No, there's nothing wrong with my eyes IRL. Just copy paste in Google. That worked. Okay, well, as long as that worked. That's really weird though. Alright. Let's settle in. Let's take a deep breath. And let's continue reading. Good night, Snowfall. Some zoophytes were dredged up by the chain of our trawl. Most were lovely sea anemone beloved to the family Actinidia, which included, among other species, the Phyctolus protextia, native to this part of the ocean, a small cylindrical trunk adorned with vertical lines, molted with red spots, and crowned by a wondrous blossoming of tentacles. As for mollusks, they consisted of exhibits I had already observed. turret snails, olive shells of the tent olive species, with neatly intersecting lines and russet spots standing out sharply against a flesh-colored background. Fanciful spider conches that looked like petrified scorpions, transparent glass snails, argonauts, some highly edible cuttlefish, and certain species of squid that the naturalist of antiquity classified with the flying fish, which are used chiefly as bait for catching cod. As for the fish in these waterways, I noted various species, and I hadn't yet had the opportunity to study. Among cartilaginous fish, some brook lamprey, a type of eel, 15 inches long, head greenish, fins violet, black bluish gray, belly with a silvery brown strewn with spots, bright spots, iris of the eye encircled in gold, unusual animals that the Amazon's current must have swept out to sea because of their natural habitat is fresh water. Stingrays, the snout pointed, the tail long, slender, and armed with an extensive jagged sting. Small 1-meter sharks with gray and whitish hides, their teeth arranged in several backward curving rows. Fish commonly known by the name carpet shark, batfish, a sort of reddish isosceles triangle half a meter long, whose pectoral fins were attached by fleshly extensions that made these fish look like bats, although an appendage made of horn, located near the nostrils, earned them the nickname of sea unicorns. Lastly, a couple species of triggerfish, the kukyo, whose striped flanks glitter with a sparkling gold color, and the bright purple leather jackets, whose hues glisten like a pigeon's throat. I'll finish up this catalogue, a little dry but quite accurate, with a series of bony fish I observed, eels belonging to the genus Apterontus, whose snow-white snout is very blunt, the body painted a handsome black and armed with a very long, slender, fleshy whip. Long sardines from the genus Odontognanthus, like 3 decimeter pike, shining with a bright silver glow. Goranian mackerel furnished with two butt fins. I'm going to say butt fins. Hi, Ginger Fox. Welcome in. Have a good lurk. With 2 butt fins. Black tinted rudderfish that you catch by using torches, fish measuring 2 meters and boasting white, firm, plump meat that, when fresh, tastes like eel, when dried, like smoked salmon. Semi-red waris sporting scales only at the base of their dorsal and butt fins, grunts on which gold and silver mingle their luster with that of ruby and topaz, yellow-tailed gilt heads, whose flesh is extremely dainty and whose phosphorescent properties gave them away in the midst of the waters, porgies tinted orange with slender tongues, croakers with gold caudal fins, black surgeonfish, 4-eyed fish from Suriname, etc. This etc. won't keep me from mentioning one more fish that Conseil, with good reason, will long remember. One of our nets had hauled up a type of very flat ray that weighed some 20 kilograms. With its tail cut off, it would have formed a perfect disc. It was white underneath and reddish on top, with big round spots of deep blue encircled in black, its hide quite smooth and ending in a double-lobed fin. Laid out on the platform, it kept struggling with convulsive movements, trying to turn over, making such efforts that its final lunge was about to flip it into the sea, but Conseil, being very possessive of this fish, rushed at it. Before it could stop him, he seized it with both hands. Instantly, there he was, thrown on his back, legs in the air, his body half paralyzed, and yelling, "Oh, sir, will you help me?" For once in his life, the poor lad didn't address me in the third person. The Canadian and I sat him up. We massaged his contracted arms, and when he regained his 5 senses, that external classifier mumbled in a broken voice. Class cartilaginous fish. Order Chondropterygia with fixed gills. Suborder Selacea. Family Rogiforma. Genus Electric Ray. Yes, my friend, I answered. It was an electric ray that put you in this deplorable state. Oh, master, can trust me on this, Conseil shot back. I'll be revenged on that animal. How? I'll eat it. Well, he did that same evening, but strictly as retaliation, because, frankly, it tasted like leather. Poor Conseil had assaulted the electric ray of the most dangerous species, the kumana. Living in a conducting medium such as water, this bizarre animal can electrocute other fish from several meters away. So great is the power of its electric organ, an organ whose chief surfaces measures at least 27 square feet. During the course of the next day, April 12, the Nautilus drew near the coast of Dutch Guiana in the month of the Maroni River. There, several groups of sea cows were living in family units. These were manatees, which belonged to the order Sirenia, like the dugong and the stellar sea cow. Harmless and unaggressive, these fine animals were 6 to 7 meters long and must have weighed at least 4,000 kilograms each. I told Ned and Conseil that far-seeing nature has given these animals a major role to play. In essence, manatees, like seals, were designed to graze the underwater prairies, destroying the clusters of weeds that obstruct the mouths of tropical rivers. And do you know, I added, what happened since man has almost completely wiped out these beneficial races? Rotting weeds have poisoned the air, and this poisoned air causes the yellow fever that devastates these wonderful countries. This toxic vegetation has increased beneath the seas of the torrid zone, so the disease spreads unchecked from the mouth of the Rio de la Plata to Florida. And if Professor Torsenel is correct, this plague is nothing compared to the scourge that will strike our descendants once the seas are depopulated of whales and seals. By then, crowded with jellyfish, squid, and other devilfish, the oceans will have become huge centers of infection because their waves will no longer possess these huge stomachs that God had entrusted with scouring the surface of the seas. Meanwhile, without scoring these theories, the Nautilus crew captured half a dozen manatees. In essence, it was an issue of stocking the larder with excellent red meat, even better than beef or veal. Their hunting was not a fascinating sport. The manatees themselves be struck down without offering any resistance. Several thousand kilos of meat were hauled below to be dried and stored. The same day, an odd fishing practice further increased the Nautilus's stores. So full of game were these seas, our trawl brought up its meshes a number of fish whose heads were topped by little oval slabs with fleshy edges. These were suckerfish from the third family of the Subrachian Malacopterygia. These flat discs on their heads consist of crosswire plates of movable cartilage, between which the animals can create a vacuum, enabling them to stick to objects like suction cups. The remoras I had observed in the Mediterranean were related to this species, but the creature at issue here was an Ecnis ostocara, unique to this sea. Right after catching them, our seamen dropped them in buckets of water. Its fishing finished, the Nautilus drew near to the coast. In this locality, a number of sea turtles were sleeping on the surface of the waves. It would have been difficult to capture these valuable reptiles because they wake up at the slightest sound, and their solid carapaces are harpoon proof. But our suckerfish would effect their capture with extraordinary certainty and precision. In truth, this animal is a living fishhook, promising wealth and happiness to the greenest fishermen in the business. The Nautilus's men attached to each fish's tail a ring that was big enough not to hamper its movements, and to this ring a long rope whose other end was moored on board. Thrown into the sea, the suckerfish immediately began to play their roles, going and fastening themselves onto the breastplates of the turtles. Their tenacity was so great they would rip apart rather than let go. They were hauled in, still sticking to the turtles that came aboard with them. In this way, we caught several loggerheads, reptiles a meter wide and weighed 200 kilos. They were extremely valuable because of their carapaces, which are covered with big slabs of horn, thin, brown, transparent, with white and yellow markings. Besides, they were excellent from an edible viewpoint, with an exquisite flavor comparable to the green turtle. This fishing ended our day in the waterways of the Amazon, and that evening the Nautilus took to the high seas once more. Okay, that is the end of chapter 17, which is actually good timing because I still owe you guys one more thing. Because we reached today's goal thanks to Michael, I have to do fashion show. We're gonna do fashion show now, which means when I say fashion show, I'm basically going to show you guys all of the outfits that I have access to. I've showed you guys this one that I have right now on, right, which is the maid, so you guys can see the maid one right now. This is the maid outfit, right? We just picked this one up, so yeah, this is the maid one. We have a little maid skirt, right? We have the thigh squish, and if I put my hair back to the way it normally is without the braids, it has a bow. It has a really cute bow in the front and some cute bows on the skirt itself. Looking it's just a cute little outfit. After this one, let me see. Pretty. I'm glad you guys like it. After this one, I have another one. Let me look for something really quick, and then I will show you guys the others. There it is. Yes, this is what I needed. We're no longer reading, so I can do that. Alright, the other outfit, one of the other outfits I can show you guys is, let me just get behind the outfit screen really quick. Okay, we'll do them one at a time. So after the maid one, the one that I have is this one, the purple dress. I have this really pretty purple dress. It has a really pretty, what's it called, like belt. I really like the belt. I love the skirt. It's a pencil skirt. We love a good pencil skirt. And it has a spider lily design on it. So this is one of my favorite ones. Looking respectfully, promise? Sure. Thank you for the headpad, Moo. It looks nice. I really like this one. I don't use this one often enough, but I definitely need to. Josemi, welcome in. Hi. Hi, Gambit. Hi, Zach. Zach the blueberry. Oh, we were just talking about berries earlier. What's your is your favorite type of blueberry? Sorry, is your favorite type of berry a blueberry? Mine is raspberry. I love raspberries. Yes. It's a good one. I do not blame you. But thank you so much for coming in and saying hi. I'm doing dress up show off right now, so this is one of the outfits that I don't use often enough. I definitely need to use this one more often. Okay, and yeah, this is just a really cute one. I'll back up for a little bit so you guys can kind of see the whole thing a bit better. There we go. This is a really good one. After this one, I have, let me get back behind the screen. After the purple dress, I have one that you guys have seen before. It is this like cozy gaming one. This is my like cozy gaming one. Basically, like it looks good like this. Like I'm just hanging out, you know, under the blankets, with my sweater, gonna play a game, you know, kind of Final Fantasy, semi-modern fantasy. I really like it. A blueberry. I'll see myself. No, you're good, Max. You're good. You're good. This one's a cute one. Whenever we do, or next time we do like comfy gaming night, I'll be using this one for comfy gaming night. It's just a really cute like gaming little outfit that I have. But yeah, I like that it, like on the shirt itself, right here, like right in the middle, it has a little bunny little bunny kind of thing on it. It's really cute. Super cozy. Yeah, just a super cozy little outfit. After this one, I have, let me go back. You guys see this one, have already seen this one a couple times. This is one that I have. It's my black dress one. I really like this black dress one. This one's probably one of my favorites. I like the whole dress. I like the garter belt. I like the tummy. It's just super cute. I also like that it has the thigh squish with the nut with the stockings. Like, it's just so cute. It's a very good outfit. It's a very good outfit. I'm glad you approve, Bron. Note to self, get an outfit like this made for the 2.0 for Bron. Got it. Tummy, right? A fan favorite for good reason. It's right. It's just so cute. I like the tummy. I like the thigh squish. It's just really, really cute. It's just a good, I'm in love. It's just a really cute, like, outfit, you know? Unintelligible happy noises. It's just good. I really like it. This was a good buy, I feel. This was a good purchase. Not just for you guys, but also for me. This is one of my favorites so far of the ones I have. This one, I would say this one and the purple dress are my top two like favorites. All right, so after this one, let me go back behind the screen. I have this one I use during Halloween. This is my Halloween outfit, my Halloween ghosty outfit. As you can tell, there's no legs, but I mean, as a ghost, do I really need legs if you really think about it? But I really like this one too. I want uppies, damn it. Beautiful. Yeah, I kind of did like a sugar skull kind of look with it. This one is really cute. I like it. You want uppies? But this is the one that I use for Halloween the most because it's just so cute, so spooky. That's pretty cool, right? I like this one. This one's cute. This is a good one for the spooky season. I feel this is a good spooky season outfit, you know. I like all the little designs. Yeah, it actually didn't come with them. I did that myself. I edited the layers and I added those in myself. So I also changed my hair color a little bit. You guys can't really see it too much, but if I No, I grabbed the wrong thing. If I take this off, you guys can kind of see the hair color differences a little bit better. But I added purple and green, darkened, and then did like blue in the front. But that was fun. It's a fun little outfit for the spooky season. They remind me of sugar skulls. Yeah, that's exactly what I did. Yeah, I did a sugar skull kind of look with it. I really kind of went in with the makeup and everything. I even like tinted my makeup a little bit more green. If you guys can kind of see, like a green blue. And then I added more of a gold with my eye makeup. But yeah, this is my Halloween outfit. This is the one that I use for Halloween. We're doing fashion show. We are. After that, oh, I have to go over here, turn that off. Okay. Let me see. After that one, I have what is this one? Oh, that's that one. Okay. That's for when I'm doing, oh shit, when I'm doing like stuff with my book. Let me put myself back. As I'm like, is there anything you watch there? No. Okay, now these ones are going to be pretty detailed. So let's start with this one. Alright, this one you guys saw before. This is one of my bathing suits. This is one of my bathing suit outfits. My ducky bathing suit outfit. The ducky bathing suit one is so cute. I can actually change some stuff on it if I can get it. There we go. So some of the things I can change on it are, let me show you guys. I can remove the ducky from my shoulder. I have another ducky on the other shoulder. On this one, you guys can't really see that one. I can switch my bathing suit to a different bathing suit. So we have the shorts and the top. Here, I will back up a bit more so you guys can see. I have a shorts and a top, or I can do the bathing suit, right? I have the ducky flotation device. What is that? I don't know what that turns on or not. After ducky flotation, I have my boba in my hand. We can take the pool off so I can have the ducky flotation. I like this one. I think this one just looks cuter. Oh, my boba. There's my boba. That's ducky on my shoulder. That is the ruffles around the top. This one is more of a sheer thing that goes over the head, right? Or not over the head, sorry, it goes over the chest. And I think if I zoom in a bit more, you guys can see. I can do like a ribbon on the hip. That's that. What is this? That's the ribbon. I have no idea what that turns on or off because I don't see anything changing. Okay. Oh, that's the ribbon there on the neck. After that, I have, yeah, the necklace. I took the necklace off though. I thought it was just like too much. And then that's the whole ribbon. But that is one of my bathing suit outfits. I really like this one. This one was cute. I love the lace. Me too. It's just so cute. Feels summer in here, right? So summery, so ready for the beach and for Braun to finally take me to land so that we can have cereal, or I don't know. What do humans eat when they go on dates? I don't know. So sweet. It's a cute one. I like this one. For the night. Have a good night for you. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Tropical top Top Tropicanical, welcome in. I was like, wait, Tropical's in there. Welcome in, how are you? How's your night? And then after this one, let me get my thing back up. If I switch back, I have another bathing suit. Oh, okay, hold on. I have to put all this back on because these things, there's certain things that I cannot obviously have off, but there's this one, this bathing suit that I have. I have two bathing suits. This is the other bathing suit. This one, I can change my arms. I have pearls that I can take on or off. The only other thing that I can show you guys that I can actually do with this one's quite nice, right? I like this one, is I can take off the top ruffle. Other than that, I cannot show you anything more. That's literally all I can do, but this one is really cute. I like this one a lot. I actually kind of like the ruffle. I think it adds a little bit of something to it. You're adorable. No, you are. This one's gorgeous. Wow, right? Yeah. A sarong. Me too. I actually own two sarongs. One is like pride colors. It starts off like reddish in the middle, and then it does the gradient going outwards. And the other one is just all blue with fish and turtles on it. But super, super cute. I really like this one. Something tells me there's a Patreon side to this outfit. I'm not going to say there isn't, but I'm not going to say there is. There is in fact, and I'm planning on doing more stuff with these outfits, with my Patreon exclusive ones. But the only way you're going to see them is if you're on my Patreon. But let's go ahead and do a couple more. Let's switch to the next one. This one you guys actually purchased for me, because I did a what's it called? I did a bet with you guys to say, like, if we reach so many goals, kind of like the maid one, if we did so many goals, I would get the next outfit. So this is one that you guys actually helped me get. I'm actually going to take these. Oh, I did not mean to grab that. I meant to grab, can I grab, there it is. I meant to grab the kiss. There you go. I was just a floating head for a half minute. But with this one, I hope so. I just joined the Patreon. But with this one, what I can do is I can put the fan up, or I can have a parasol instead of the fan. I kind of like the parasol. The parasol is so cute. Can't just like hear a head panic. I can. Wait, you can't? Is that not a normal thing? Can you guys not do that? This one has the potential to be a fan favorite in the black dress, I feel. Yes. This one is super cute. I love this one. I love this one so much. They actually came out with another cheapao that I really cheapao? I forget how to say it. With another one that I really like. But this one, I call it my spring dress because it's very like spring and it has florals. It's just so gorgeous. Looks like ads are starting in another minute, guys. It's so pretty. It's very pretty. After this one, I have another one that you guys paid for. This one, oh, I don't have the ears on. Okay, well, this one you guys also paid for. I don't know why the ears didn't show up, but they didn't show up for some reason. I might have to put them on. I don't know why they're not there. Because they're supposed to be. I'm supposed to have these on too. I don't know why they didn't go on. let me do this. Okay, and let's get the other one. Flip it. Turn on. Is that the right? No, smaller. About there. Ish? I don't know. That looks about right though. But this is one that you guys also paid for. Oh goodness, I don't like that. But this is one that you guys also paid for. This is the Cyberfox one. This one has a couple things I can do. There's like this screen that I can play with, and it follows my mouse around, which is really cute. You guys want to play a game? Guys, look, I have games. Do you guys want to play a game? I have a game if you guys want to play. Ads are running. So I'm just gonna kind of like stay like this for a little bit until the ads are done. And then, actually, yeah, well, it's fine. It's fine. No big deal. Could be worse. Yes. Let me see. There we go. So everything's like super, super glowy with this one. If I do this one actually, I kind of think works better with this outfit. Can I play in that Nintendo? Yeah, come on over here. If you want to play on the Nintendo, come on over. Of course. That's why I brought out the game, so you can play it. Dangerous game you're suggesting. Right, Bron, do you want to play? Do you want to play the games? It's right here. Go ahead. Go ahead, Bron. I don't mind. If it's you. The stomach is really nice on this one, and always the tail and ear combo is really nice too. Yeah, this one has, I like the cyber, like the rings on it. I like the rings on the ear, and then the rings on the tail are super cute. I like them. I changed the colors a little bit to kind of match more to my aesthetic, honestly. So, tummy top notch. Oh, we love a good tummy in this house. I agree. We love a good tummy in this house. Other than that, the only thing I could do is I can add a chest cover like that to make it a little bit more modest. And I can remove the jacket, which just puts my arms at my side like that. I actually kind of like the jacket on. I think it keeps it very sassy. So I like it with the jacket personally. Agreed. Yeah. But I like all the accessories, the best of all outfits. I like all the accessories, the best on all these outfits. I think I'm a sucker for extra stuff like that. These ones, the ones that I'm doing right now are the ones that have accessories. Like the black dress, it doesn't have anything. The maid dress, it doesn't have anything. What you see is what it is. There is nothing more with those ones. But with these ones that I'm showing you now, these ones are like full-on accessories and everything that I can do with it, you know. Combining this with that TikTok of resting our head in your lap, and I would be so content. Honestly, fair. I would agree with you on that. But looks like ads are about to end, so let me go ahead and get things ready for the next outfit I have, which is... Oh, I have to put the ears away. Dang it, wait, hold on. So I don't have to do that again. Let me actually save this. Cyberfox, there we go. So I don't have to do that again. It'll just... There we go. Alright, so the next one that I have that I can show you guys. Let me see. The next one would be... this one. You guys have not seen this one in a hot minute. This one is really cute. This is my catfish one. This one is very cute. It's a complete set, right? So it has the thigh squish and everything. Has shoes. There's shoes. But this one is super, super cute. I like this one. It has the cats. There seems to be a soft pillow underneath. Adorable, right? This one's super cute. I really like this one. Hi, Charlotte. Welcome in. Jacket stays on. Nice to meet you. Got the recommendation from Elian. Love ASMR vibes. Nice. Welcome in, Charlotte. How are you? How's your night? I'm just doing dress up right now. We reached today's total daily subs goal, and I said I would show off all of the outfits that I have, that I can show off. There's like one or two that I cannot show off because they are not Twitch appropriate, but this is one that I can. Catfish is a killer pun here, right? I call this one the catfish one, but I think I'm crooked. I feel like I was crooked for a minute, but this one is my catfish one. Some things that I can do with it are pretty close up, so I'll just get closer for you guys to see. What I can do with this one is I can have a snack. I can have a little snacky. I can remove the cat from my neck, and I can remove the cat from over my heart. Those are the two things that I can, or three things that I can do with this one. Not too much, but those are the ones that I can do with the catfish one. But this one's very cute. That's a whole walk-in closet. Exactly. Wanted to check you out. Oh, good. Been busy. Congratulations on the sub goal. Thank you. Well, it's today's daily goal. Yeah. We have a daily goal, and the way the daily goal works is if we reach the daily goal every day during every stream for an entire month, all of my bills and everything will be completely paid for. And on top of that, I'll be able to put at least $100 towards my 2.0, which means I'll be that much closer to actually getting that by the end of this year. So I worked it out, and that'll be not just the art design for it, but also the rigging for it too. So if we reach the daily goal every stream, every day that I stream, which is usually 10 subs a day, then I'll be able to pay for the 2.0 completely, because I put money out of my own pocket into the throne thing every month, or when I can, because sometimes we're a little short. But if I hit it every month, then we can. That's basically what the daily sub goal is for. But I just noticed the green ghosty cat. That's cute. Yeah, the green little ghosty cat. I wanted to do, other than black, I wanted to kind of do like a ghosty color, because I really like the blue green. Reach your goal sounds exciting. I love the cafe vibe too. Streams. I'm a cozy streamer too. I love the vibes. Thank you. I'm glad you have fun. I'm glad you're having a good one. Okay, let me show you guys. I have technically one more. I have one more that I could show you guys that's Twitch appropriate. I have one more that I could show you guys that is Twitch appropriate. So let me go back. Let's do that. Go up and let me. All right, the last one that I have is pretty basic as far as the outfit itself goes. It's literally just a large it's just bronze button-down white shirt. I just went into his closet one night and stole one of his shirts. I love the boyfriend shirt. Yeah, it's a boyfriend shirt. That's basically the idea behind it. I could do both arms down with this one, which kind of gives a more like relaxed vibe. I kind of like it with it up. It's very like it looks sleepy, you know what I mean? It just looks sleepy. I knew that's what it was. Yeah, it's just a boyfriend shirt. I can do a little bralette over it for a little bit more modesty. I have a kiss over my heart that I can remove. I also have one on my neck that I can remove. That's pretty much it when it comes to this outfit. This one is just, it's very simple, but I like it. I like it. So on Monday nights, if you guys do 10 gifted subs while I'm streaming only on Mondays, this is an only on Monday night, because I do ASMR triggers on Monday. Tuesday night is reading, and then Friday, Saturday are games. So on Monday nights, I would even say on Tuesday nights, if you guys do 10 gifted subs, then I will change the outfit to whatever one you like. And I have them all listed. I have them all listed. So if you guys want to see all of them, those are all of them. Black dress, catfish, swimsuit 1 or 2, spring dress, cyber fox, white shirt. I have to add on one more, which is the black dress now. So if you guys ever come in during ASMR nights and you want to do 10 gifted subs and you want to change my outfit into something that is appropriate for stream, though these are the ones that you can pick from. Black dress. There we go. I set up that command the other night, so this was actually a great opportunity for me to tell you guys about it. But yeah, this one is my favorite. This one is your favorite, not the black dress, just the white boyfriend shirt. Yeah, we gotta use these a little bit more often. It's difficult sometimes because I constantly want to be like, but I like my normal outfit too. You know what I mean? Monday nights, you say? Every Monday night, you guys can pick, because the way that it works is 1 sub is 1 kiss or bite that stays on all night. 5 subs, you get to pick, I do a roulette, and you get a sub request that is not available on the normal menu, right? It's like the 5 sub request kind of thing. Does that make sense? So if you do 5 subs, you get a roulette that I will run, and it will be a list of items that you cannot request on a normal menu item. There we go. And then if you do 10 subs, you get to pick any one of these outfits from that list, including the black dress now, and the maid outfit and the maid dress. I gotta add in the maid dress. Those are the 2 new ones that we got this week, or well, recently, not this week. Maid dress. There you go. Hi, Pino. Welcome in. Cute model. Thank you. How are you? This is the black. This and the black dress one of my tops. Yeah, those aren't kisses. Are you not allowed to see what those are? They're just kisses. It's a kiss over my heart. And I dropped something spicy on my leg, and that's a mosquito bite. Right, Silver Wolf. That's what they are, right? A mosquito bite. But yeah, out of all the ones, I have to say this one and the black dress are probably my top 2, and then after that would be I really like the purple dress. I like them all. Honestly, I like them all. There's one more that I can only show Twitch. So unfortunately, YouTube, because this is one I cannot show you, it is considered against Twitch, not Twitch, sorry. It's against YouTube policy. This outfit, I cannot show it. Let me just double check. Chapter 18? Yes. Okay. I cannot show it to YouTube, so unfortunately, YouTube, I'm actually going to end our stream here on YouTube, so I will have to see you guys on Monday. Otherwise, I'll see you guys on Friday for some games. So until then, have a good night.